All right. Good morning, everyone, directors and all, and any of those of you that are tuned in today. This is a work session for the Douglas County School District Board of Education, and I will just acknowledge that all our directors are present either in person or remote today, and the purpose of this work session is for us to conduct interviews with our finalists today. So with that, I'm going to introduce and have our first finalist come in. Mr. Jarman, I will just say for the public's benefit that we do feel comfortable removing our mask when speaking, but then we will put our mask back on after that, and that the candidates certainly have the same comfort to do that as well. So, Mr. Jarman, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
It's great to be here.
It's good to have you here.
Thank you.
So thank you. So I'm not going to necessarily take up too much time. I think we've introduced ourselves to you before. We also want you to be careful, comfortable with the mask etiquette, however you feel comfortable. We know we put out a blurb and we heard that you all were comfortable with us removing our masks when speaking, but we will put them back on afterwards. And you feel like you can do the same. So
thank you.
So, Mr. Jarman, you've been with us for the past 24 hours on our land and done some great things as far as seeing kids in action, seeing our schools in action, met our community, met our teachers. So what I'd like to do is just have you kick us off with thinking about what are your observations thus far about the district? What reflections have you had about your role in terms of being our next superintendent? I also want you to know that we want this to be more conversational, so even though all of us have a question that comes to mind that we want to ask, we certainly don't want it to be a firing squad kind of situation that typically happens in interviews. So just know that we want you to also pace yourselves with your responses as well. We've got about 50 minutes to spend time together. So my first question really is just to have you do some reflections and some observations thus far and just kick us off with those.
Okay, if it's all right, I'll remove my mask while I'm speaking, and hopefully that will help. I was so very impressed with the 3 schools that I was allowed to visit yesterday. The high school, Rock Canyon, is amazing. The magnet program that you have there with firefighting is impressive. And then I learned that other high schools have other magnet programs, which is exciting to allow these kids to have hands-on experiences and earn certifications. That was just terrific. Visited Cimarron Middle School and an opportunity there to just experience what it's like to be in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And my experience coming out of my years of work has been mostly in the high schools. And so it was fun to be able to go there and then to Clear Sky Elementary and see what these kids are like and just enjoy the student tours. Drake and Caroline were the 2 6th graders that took me around, and they were just outstanding students. And I enjoyed Drake showing me his picture that is in the lounge area. I think it's probably not the lounge, but it's an area where the teachers can go and a workroom. And those kids that I met yesterday were happy. And I think that is a very key factor as I look at what is this district like. And I saw a lot of kids that seem to be enjoying their experience yesterday. I loved that I'd been given an opportunity to kind of drive into Castle Rock and to see some of the features in the area, and looking forward to doing a little bit more of that when I have a break this afternoon. I would say that overall the impressions that I had from talking with the various panels yesterday during those interviews, you have just committed, tremendous staff, and they care about the kids. And so for me, as I reflect on those experiences, I would just express appreciation to you for allowing me to come and to learn a little bit more hands-on, learn a little bit more about your district, and just again express my appreciation for the opportunity to be here.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thanks for that, Sam. I know yesterday you were hit with a whole bunch of questions about how would you handle this and all these, different administrative type things. I guess what I'm really interested in knowing is if you could share with us and share with everybody 7 words or phrases that describe who you are. And then as you think of that, I would ask you to really pick 2 or 3 of them and explain. So, just 7 words to describe who you are, and then dig down a little deeper as to 2 or 3 and give some more detail on that. It'd be really helpful.
Okay. Probably one of the most important characteristics, I think, about me would be that I'm honest. And therefore trust is an absolute key factor in a working relationship with the Board of Education, as well as with the staff at the district level and with the public. The next word that comes to mind for me is family. I believe that, I have 14 grandkids and love them, and with the oldest being 12 on down to the 1-year-olds, I'm very excited for their future and want to ensure that they have a great opportunity to grow and to learn. And so I feel that there is an obligation that we have to make sure that our kids are taken care of, and for some of us, our grandkids. I would say that the next word is it's actually its work ethic. I believe in hard work. I believe that the effort that we make in many cases shows people our dedication and our commitment to our work. And so I would then use those 2 words, dedicated and committed, to public education. My 35 years in public education has been wonderful. I would consider it a calling, if you will. The experiences that I've had, and even the places that I've been allowed to travel. To be honest, I have had many opportunities to learn and grow because of being a part of public education, and I am just very thankful and grateful that I've had an opportunity to serve. Couple more words. I would say I'm a loving person. I expect that our teachers love their kids. And when a kid feels that way, when they feel like they are in an environment that is loving and caring, they thrive. They still have learning challenges and so forth, but because our teachers are trained and have the tools to succeed, they can meet those kids' needs working with their parents. And so I think that is an important key factor in a successful school district. That when kids have that feeling, then it's easier to help them feel happy. And I think we all know that when kids go home challenged but happy and they're learning, then their parents are very appreciative, grateful, and they're happy too. And that's something that I think we should be working toward. And then I'll use the word adventurous. I think that, I hope that's 7 because.
You're right.
But adventurous because I love to get out in nature. I love backpacking. I love to be doing things that are kind of new and challenging. And frankly, that's one of the reasons why, as I talked with my wife, we felt like this would be a wonderful adventure to branch out. Both of us have grown up in the area where we still live. You almost might want to call us homebodies because of where we have just lived in the same area and worked in the same area the whole time, raising our kids and so forth. We haven't bounced around. And as I explained to you in our earlier interview, most of my positions, all of my positions have been within 2 school districts, Provo School District twice and Alpine School District twice. And so when I give you that explanation, I do that to say, now that we are becoming empty nesters, we look forward to an opportunity to try something new. And that is one of the reasons why I applied for this position.
Hi, well, welcome. So maybe I just want to follow up on your answer a little bit. Certainly, it's great to hear that you want a new adventure and it's time, to try something new. But there's a concern that so DCSD is a destination district and it's really high regarded. Some may worry that are we going to be your just next adventure? And what does it mean by next adventure? So if you see other adventure that's more interesting, are you going to leave us to pursue the other adventure? What makes you stay and why DCSD? Is it we really just an adventure for you, so to speak?
I think that's a very good and fair question to ask. I feel like I have a desire to continue working in the range of 6 more years. And I would like to settle in and be able to provide stability. I think the experience that I bring, having been a superintendent in the largest school district in the state of Utah for the last 6 years, and dealing with many of the similar kinds of issues that exist here, growing community. I believe that I bring experience to this job as well as a commitment to want to become part of this community. If I am offered this job, I will be moving here, and my wife will be coming, and my family will find that this is another wonderful place to come and see their parents and bring the grandkids. So if I were to be offered this position, I would be committed to being here. And again, there is no timetable, but I want you to know that my plan would be to be here what I'll call long-term for a superintendent. Superintendents, in many cases across the nation, don't have long tenure. And I have shown that I can be effective and make differences, that my leadership, working with the team of you as a board, working with the staff and working with our school leadership, I think that I would be able to be a very positive addition. And this isn't just a short-term adventure. This is get in, take care of the grind, take care of the things that need to be done, and at the same time have some fun and celebrate and enjoy. But I promise that this would be something that I would be committed to. And I recognize that you as a board can only commit to a contract for a certain number of years as well. And so it's got to be a give and take of you feel that the job that I would be doing would be satisfactory, and my commitment that I would want to be here for an extended period of time.
Christina, one of you guys jump in. Christina, go ahead.
You see the back of my head? I'm waving to your faces over here.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Jarman. How will you prioritize the needs and the wants in Douglas County School District, and how will you strategize to address them?
Well, I think that it's not just a me making those decisions. It's me working with the board, me working with the staff to really make those kinds of decisions. I believe that our public needs to have a strong voice, and hopefully that is something that in time we would, working together, be able to say, okay, here are the things that we want to address. When Director Meek asked me the question about the strategic plan, and I've been back to reread that and the legislative priorities that you have that are very similar. I would say that because the strategic plan has been established just since 2019 and COVID has hit, I think that you've invested a lot of time and effort into that plan. And my feeling is that's the starting point. That's where we say, okay, the public said this, the board has adopted it, now let's really, post-COVID, let's go put it to work and let's make this a success. So I think that some of those priorities they've already been defined. And that's kind of where I would want to start. And I realized that coming in as someone new to the community, new to the district, that I really need to work hard at establishing relationships and building trust. So that's something that I would be focusing on myself, so that as we do go out and have talks and express our expectations, that those things would be met with, again, trusting relationships, and people would say, okay, let's do this together then.
Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you.
So I'll build on that just a little bit more. So once you are here, how will you go about inspiring and motivating individuals to achieve these ambitious goals? And specifically, how will you go about that in a way where you're ensuring that everyone is valued and respected, from the students to the staff to the community? So I'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
I'll use a quick example and then address the question. 5 years ago, we started to really push out what we call our vision for learning in Alpine School District. And from that experience, I have found that to show and teach and express something that took 2 years to develop, and then we're in our 5th year, I would say not 100% of our staff and not 100% of our public really still know what the vision for learning is in Alpine School District. This is something that is ongoing. You have to continually teach and reteach. When you have something that is so important to you, and the fact that you have new families moving in, new staff being hired every year, there's a continual cultural reteaching and teaching that needs to take place. What are we about? That has to be just discussed and talked about over and over. And so using that example, I feel like when you have something like we were just talking about that is fairly new, it takes a tremendous effort and a lot of PR to make sure that we are helping people to understand what we're trying to achieve. So I think that would be something that whether it's a board member in each board session, as you're having a study session, maybe sharing one of the concepts. This is something that we value, and making sure that your public is hearing it, that you are recommitting by talking about it. But you've already done the legwork and established your strategic plan. And so now I'm gonna just go off in a little bit different direction. You asked me how would I build those relationships and things, and how would I talk about things. This may sound a little crazy, but I think it's been effective. Once every 4 years, because there is a cost to it, we would gather all 9,000 employees and meet together. And we would use one of the university facilities that could house that many people. And one of the reasons for doing that is just to let people see that they are part of something way bigger than their classroom, way bigger than their school, way bigger than, we call them clusters, but that high school feeder area where you get to know people a lot of times better in that because of the geographic location of your schools. I think that right there is a great opportunity to teach your people about what is most important. And we never met for longer than an hour and a half, 90 minutes. But it is something that I'm not saying needs to happen, but it's something for consideration at least, to say, hey, in Douglas County School District, this is us. And it brings a feeling, I think, of that sense of what an impact we can have on our communities, because you have, well, you're the largest employer in the county. We're the second largest employer in the county behind Brigham Young University. So I think that every once in a while commitment to say, let's get together might be something for you to think about at least. So Director Meek, I hope that answered your question.
If anybody has any follow-up that flows into that, great. Otherwise, I might shift directions. Good? Okay. I promise this is not a loaded question, but as we have met with different candidates across the United States, really the relationship between a board and the superintendent has become so apparent in the success of the district. So I hope you can feel free to share with us. I would really like to know what relationship with your board creates the best working environment for you, what that structure looks like, what makes you the most productive. And really feel free to be honest.
I will be, because I think that's the way that we need to communicate, is with honesty. You are making a huge investment in whoever you hire. And as I read about it, I think there were 103 applicants and now we're down to the final 4. And I just feel very privileged to be able to be here in that group. For me, what I have found over my 6 years as a superintendent and then watching as a cabinet member for over 16 years, that investment that you're making is to hire the CEO to run the district, but governed by you. You are the elected officials. And so for me, I hope that what would happen is that you would trust me in my leadership and working with the staff to run the district. I would hope that there isn't a feeling of micromanagement, but that you would have that trust in the person that you hire. And then I would hope that in return for that trust that you show and extend, that the communication and collaboration and effort to make sure that you know what's going on and are informed is allowed to happen as well. But then you have to set the policy. You have to make sure that you determine whether or not to go out for a future bond, for instance. Those are the things that as you govern as board members and under the direction of I'll say your state School Boards Association and the training that you've been given, I would hope that there would be a very good relationship and friendship built over time as we work together. I think that if I were just being hired to be a yes man, I'm the wrong person. I need to know that you trust me and that we will move forward together in a manner that allows you to function in your role as governing, and that I would be allowed to lead, and that together our team would find success. And always keeping in mind that our public is really who we serve. Together, as we take care of the children, we are creating that future community that will be taking care of us as we get older. So it's very important.
So Sam, sorry.
Yes.
So what happens when that micromanagement norm is compromised? How do you work with directors who maybe, do want to do more management than policy goes?
I think that again, we need to be honest and frank with each other. This is not a time to just hope that something happens. And so to be able to communicate in respectful ways and to talk through issues, I think that the support that you receive through your state school boards association, I would hope that they are doing things that on an annual basis at least, if not every quarter, they are providing the board with training and with guidance, so that you are given that opportunity to say, okay, maybe we do need to be a little more involved, or maybe we need to step back a little bit. I'm not the type of person that will come into a meeting and yell and scream or anything like that. My style is to talk to my board president and to work very closely with that person and then the rest of the board to say, are we communicating back and forth? Are there any concerns that you have? Are there any concerns that I or the staff have that would help us? Again, what's the whole point of this thing? The whole point is, are we taking care of the kids and meeting those educational needs so that we are preparing them for their futures? And I'll just say this just as an offhand comment. I was very impressed when I looked at one of your communications that talked about $93 million in scholarships. I mean, I thought we were doing good in our district with $55 million. And that is so impressive. What that tells me is that parents and schools are working together to go after those scholarships, which help to save families thousands and thousands of dollars and promote that idea of moving on to higher learning. And I recognize that that's just one standard or one area that we might measure, but it is something that you've highlighted and that tells me that this area values post-high school learning, and that you are going out and searching for and finding the dollars so that your kids can continue, and that universities are interested in this district. So anyway, I'm sorry if I stepped off for a minute, but that was something that was very impressive to me about this district.
Anthony, go ahead, and I know we got Krista to get her voice in the room too, so.
No, you're good.
If it's a follow-up to this, Krista, go ahead and jump in, get your voice in the room.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Sorry I'm not able to be there in person this morning. My question, I'm going to kind of keep going, talking about kids. As you've studied and experienced Douglas County School District, what programs or opportunities for students have you seen that excite you? And you've already talked about a few of those. And what's one program or opportunity for students that you might think about adding or changing or enhancing in Douglas County School District?
I hope I learn a lot more, because I feel like what I know so far is a little bit. But I do like the fact that you have set up magnet programs that are being offered right at the high school. I would love to learn more about your university partnership, or even the technical college connections and partnerships that you may have in this area. That is something that I need to learn more about. But I feel like you are emphasizing the things that would be marketable skills for our kids to be able to, as they move on from their high school graduation. And by the way, another marker, you know, you're approaching, I believe it's 92% graduation rate. That's fantastic. But I think that that idea of having some of these magnet programs in your schools is something that's very intriguing. The two that I'm aware of, because one of the young ladies that took me around at Rock Canyon High School talked about her interest in cosmetology school. And very similar to what I've experienced with our opportunities that we have in Alpine School District. But that's something she's interested in. She has the opportunity now as a senior next year to go and start taking those classes and fulfilling the hours that are required to become a licensed cosmetologist. The same with the firefighters, that they are having that opportunity. And as I understand it, right, there's a separate program, maybe even for EMTs, that's outside of the firefighters. And to me, that is a great opportunity. But okay, that's the kids that love to do hands-on learning. And then you get to the AP programs and learning about the kids that are taking the ACT and SAT exams and being able to have that qualification and preparation for the university work, and being able to take advantage of those post-high school learning experiences. You know, hopefully some of them will be successful like you as board members are, and be able to be future board members. They'll want to be part of their community. And so, you know, I think that what I have seen so far and learned about is a very committed public, whether their children are in special education programs, whether they are students who are average, or whether they are students that are at the very top end of the spectrum. I believe that as in the short period of time that I have studied about this district, that you are doing what you can to help them. And suggestions, you know, I don't know that I have anything concrete. One idea that I don't know if you already offer, but I think is very, very important, is for us to be promoting the profession of public education and teaching. And I don't know if you offer that type of course in your high schools, but I think that that is something that I'm grateful that we are promoting that in Alpine School District. Our high schools have that offering for our kids that might be interested in becoming educators. And this is a noble profession. Why would we not want to be promoting public education and encouraging students to consider becoming educators?
So I will want to ask my questions. So it's easier to just get that. So you mentioned about special educations.
Yes.
I'm not going to read you the first paragraph related to the statistic.
Right.
So can you, if you become a superintendent, can you name the top 3 things that you will do to achieve equity for special educations and disadvantaged students, to combat racism, to diversify school staff and administrator to match our demographic of our student, and to modify site-based budgeting to create a more equitable funding system across the district?
That is something that is a similar challenge that we have been facing and working on where I currently serve. And so one of the challenges that I think we need to take on is to say that for our students who are at risk, in many cases, they are students who may have a language barrier. They may be students who are minority. And I do believe that students need to be able to see examples and have teachers and other people who have influence on them that are like them. And so therefore, if we are already, this is something we do in Alpine, our HR department goes to national recruiting fairs. And the intent there is to say, we recognize these percentages that you've shared with me, and we want to work on improving those by hiring quality educators that are committed to wanting to live in our area and interested in, sometimes the draw is simply like exists here, it's the environment. It's we love the mountains, we love being able to be out and about. And if you are already doing that, I'm not aware that you are, but I would encourage this district to invest in going to some of these recruiting fairs and have that as a goal. And then within your district, you are hopefully preparing people to become leaders. And so what I mean by that is teachers are typically, as they show promise and leadership skills, are in many cases encouraged by their principal to get their master's degree and get the credentials so that they can be an administrator. And once they become an assistant principal, is there a system set up that would create a leadership academy, I'll call it, that says, do you want to become a principal? If you do, this is the opportunity that we can provide you, and help them to be able to make that transition. Well, in that process of doing that training, if you will, and helping them learn, we ought to be encouraging our minority teachers to get into those programs and allowing them to have the opportunity, as they show leadership promise, to be able to become mentors and administrators in this district, so that we can start to improve upon some of those challenges that you've identified. And then I believe that is a very natural way of trying to combat racism. It shows that we value everyone, that we want to serve and give everyone the opportunities that they have the right in this country to learn and to grow. But we have to be able to work on that diversity challenge and go after it. Those students that are in the special needs category and have an individual education plan designed for them, we have the obligation to meet those needs. That becomes their learning plan. Everything else is set aside. The graduation requirements, whatever it is, that IEP becomes the roadmap for these kids. And so I would want to know coming in, are those IEP meetings being held as they are supposed to be with the appropriate people involved, so that if the teachers that need to be there and the parents that are there, when they walk away, there may have been some negotiation happening as far as what can be done. And, but the communication has taken place, so everybody is clear. This is what will happen to my child when they come to school. And then we are obligated to meet those needs. So I am hopeful that that is something that you have already been doing and I am committed to follow through and support, specifically based on your question. And then you asked about site-based budgeting. In the interviews that I experienced yesterday, I would say that if there are ways that we can create a system that helps teachers want to feel appreciated and recognized, part of that has to do with compensation. And I do believe that that is one area that we can take on and improve. I do think that we want to keep our those teachers that are the hitters and the stars that are creating the miracles in the classroom. And I would hate to lose them to other districts simply because of some type of a salary issue. But with site-based budgeting, I think that allows for accountability. I think that principals are good leaders, and they need to be trusted and given that opportunity to run their schools so that they don't feel micromanaged. Part of that is that they are able to know what their budget is for the year, and that they are able to meet the needs of their particular constituency. But with site-based, I probably would want to get more in detail at some point and say, okay, site-based means this to Douglas County School District, because it may be something that I have a different definition right now as you asked the question. But hopefully that would answer the different components of your question. And I don't know, Kevin, do you have anything that you felt like I did not answer that you would like to address?
Well, I would like you to elaborate more on the special ed component. Dallas County School District has a lawsuit called in 2017, and we have a very engaging special ed community that would love to hear what's the plan of our next superintendents will address their concern to make sure that all students are being educated equitably.
Okay. When I think of equity for student learning, that means that we are taking care of the individual needs of each of our students. And so I would hope that the communication that we have and involvement of the parents for their special needs students, that would be something that they would feel that because of the lawsuit, we have learned, we have found ways that we can improve. I believe that there are, that special education is one of those areas where if we're not doing our job appropriately in meeting the kids' needs, that can be a hot spot for other lawsuits. And I would think that it would be very important to make sure that whoever the the director or administrator over special ed. They play a very key role in the leadership of our district. I will tell you that the director that I work with in Alpine School District, I have relied on him many, many times to be a source of information and to guide and direct me when I have had questions come my way. So I don't know the Director of Special Education for Douglas County School District and would look forward to meeting with them. I hope that I would be able to deal with any of the issues that would come our way at the district level, but I would also hope that at the school level is really where we're taking care of those needs for our special ed kids. And that if we're not, that we are then addressing it as best we can right there at the school level, rather than having to worry about it exploding and all of a sudden becoming something that is going to the Supreme Court.
Sam, we've got a couple minutes to wrap up, so I'm going to let you wrap up this conversation however you choose.
Okay. Well, I won't ask a bunch of questions. I just want to end by, again, telling you how much I appreciate the opportunity. I want to express, again, my commitment to this job if it is offered, and that I will work with you, and I would hope that we would become good friends from this experience together, and that in time that we could step back and through those regular celebrations that happen during a school year, but in time we could step back and say, this has been a great experience working together. I'm committed to public education. I will do whatever I can to help our students and move them forward in whatever direction they and their parents are hoping for. And would hope that the community will continue to be a strong supporter of the district, that when we go out and help them understand what our needs are, that they would be willing to support us and help us to take care of the things that are going to help their kids. But we need to do a really good job of communicating those needs and making sure that we are collaborating with our public. So if given the opportunity, I will do everything that I can to serve you and to serve Douglas County. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jarman, again. Thank you for investing time with us these last couple of days. I know we have a couple more hoops we're to ask you to jump through with our working with our students tonight, as well as our public forum. So truly grateful for you your investment of time with us. So best wishes, and I'm sure we'll be in touch in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kevin, do you want this back, or do you want it to just be left here?
That's right.
Thank you so much.
So, thanks for spending the morning with us. One of the things we want to do is just have more of a conversation today. Chris, as opposed to doing the fire squad type approach with questions. So we'll kind of see how the flow goes and jump in. And we want you to do the same. Feel free to engage us in conversation as well. Obviously, you're homegrown in our district and know us well. But one of the things we'd like to hear about is just as you have been reflecting about your own leadership, your own, where you are with your current career moves, as you reflect on that and also reflect on this whole process. Talk to us about just what's in your head right now. You know, what are your observations? What are your reflections? What are your thoughts at this stage of the game?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been an interesting journey to say the least. I think every interview process is unique in and of itself, and for me, it's been a lot of learning how to stay away from social media, which is good. I'm not a big social media person in the first place. Like, I don't have a Facebook. All I have is Twitter for our school. But my wife she's like connected to everything out there, and so she's like, look at what so and so said, and look at this, and hey, I wanted to send you the screenshot, and I'm like, oh, buddy, you got to turn that off. So I don't know. I think that's been a little more surreal in the process than I maybe anticipated, because even as principal, I ignore social media for the most part. I mean, I have an administrator who sort of minds that kind of stuff, and they'll come back and say, hey, here's a concern, or my wife will tell me and we'll work through it. But the amount of social media on this has been interesting. As far as the different rounds, because I did this the last time with Dr. Tucker and I was on the board, I was on one of the committees, I sort of had a feel for what that would look like, and so that wasn't too crazy. It was interesting in the world of COVID, like traveling from place to place, being isolated in the place and like not having any interaction. There was a little bit of interaction when we were in the holding room. And I thought it was interesting that two of the other candidates were like, I'm shocked they don't have like a candidate meet and greet, and so we can get to know each other and make those connections. And I just don't know any different, so I'm like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I bet that does sound shocking. So I don't know. Overall, the experience has been good. I feel really positive. I feel really good. I think, just being more candid, it's like, I think I'm answering everything well. I think I'm doing a good job there. But I also recognize that there are certain predispositions that people would have going in that I can't possibly fix in an hour of answering questions. That's just not going to happen. So the best thing I can do is outline who I am, stay true to who I am, stay true to my own voice. As I said in at least two of them, sometimes I have no doubt that my passion probably gets me into trouble because I'm hey, this is what we got to do right now. But for overall process-wise, it's been perfectly fine, and I feel good. I feel I'm in a good place. I say that.
Say more, Chris, in terms of, as you reflect on what you offer in this role as superintendent.
Yeah, so, and then that's another piece, because, when you're going through an interview and you're hearing all the questions, you start thinking to yourself, do I actually do that? Do I do a good job of those pieces? I know that I offer a good leadership role for sure. Like, I felt that throughout the day yesterday. I'm like, I'm a good leader, and I provide great leadership skills, and I recognize even more so than before that I represent more voices than maybe I thought I did. Like, initially I'm like, I think I do a good job of representing the voice of teachers at times, or the voice of other administrators. But like yesterday I was like, yeah, like I do totally represent our community really well. I really represent parents who aren't part of Highlands Ranch really well. And I felt good about that. So I know that I bring those things to the table. The experience question, which is always the floating one for me, honestly, I felt like I was able to answer everything really well, and I understood everything really well. There were probably two questions that hit me pretty heavy yesterday where I was like, yep, I just wouldn't have the experience to be able to answer that effectively no matter what. And even if I had been a superintendent, I don't know, the bond and mill, like tell us your experience with passing a bond and mill all the time. I can't say every superintendent has passed a bond and mill, so I don't know whether or not I would have that experience in the first place. So that was the only one that really jammed me up a little bit in the sense of, am I ready for this role based off of that question? Well, if I said that singular question, I'd say no, I'm probably not ready for this role. If that was the singular question that was the driving force of whether or not I should be superintendent, I would say absolutely not. But it's not the singular question. The majority of the questions surrounded around kids, and my philosophy is sort of centered on kids and building community and making sure I'm a person of character. So from my lens, I was like, yeah, I hit all those things. I think I offer all of those things. And at the end of the day, for the list of things that our district has said that they want, I think I check every box. I feel confident about that I check every box. And that I have the energy to do it, like I'm ready to do that. I feel confident about that piece. So.
And Chris, I'm going to just tell you that if you see that light up there in the ceiling, that's our microphone.
Okay.
And so when you're projecting,
Yep.
just kind of keep in mind that you want to get to that
Got it.
point, since we're broadcasting today. Yeah.
Got it, no problem at all.
Yeah. Others, go ahead, Anthony.
How's it going, Chris?
Hi.
I know you've been put through the gauntlet with like hundreds of questions around specific things and whatnot, but what I really want to learn today, and I know people are watching out there all across Douglas County, is who about you. So I would ask if you could share with us 7 words or phrases that describe who you are. And then if you could pick 2 or 3 of them and give us a little bit more detail, I'd really love to hear that.
I know first and foremost, I'm a servant leader. And the detail behind that is I am often making decisions in the best interest of others. I want to work with others and for others. It's not about me. It's hard to do that sometimes, right? Because that means, and the second phrase I would say is that I try to make sure that we have shared responsibility. And so in that piece of being a servant leader and having shared responsibility, it's important for me that everyone is doing it together, that we're all collaborative on it, that we're all working together on those pieces. I think another piece that really speaks to me is kid-centered. I am, if there's anything that I know is true of Chris Page, it is that I am kid-centered at all things. All decision-making is based off of kids, what's best for kids. And I think sometimes we misuse that terminology, like this is best for kids, this is best for kids. And so we're not entirely sure what's best for kids. But I think when you keep kids at the center, inevitably, the majority of the kids feel successful and they feel supported. Another term, so I've given you 3. Another term that I'd say I was shared responsibility, kid-centered. That's okay. I was like, did I say 2? No way. Shared responsibility, kid-centered, and servant leadership. Those 3 for sure. The 4th thing that I would say is that I'm a strong supporter of diversity and equity, and that's a part of my core, and it has been for a long time. Before I ever even was in Douglas County, from when I was in college and things like that, I was a speaker at the National Big 12 Conference. I have been a representative on a number of initiatives to spread more diversity and equity, and it's important to me. It's a value add for me. The African American Youth Leadership Conference in Colorado Springs was created by my teachers and me when I was a teenager, and so and for years I was a speaker there and went back there and brought other kids from other communities there. So it matters to me heavily that diversity and equity are at the forefront of my thinking. I actually told my staff this about 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we were just getting into that rhythm with each other. Like, gosh, the only thing I regret is that for about 2 or 3 years there in my leadership, I almost had to put that on the back burner so I could do the things to be a good principal. And so I feel really empowered in the last 4 years to really have focused on that. I think I'm goal-oriented. Goal and task oriented, that'd be 5. I recognize what the goals are. I try to outline a plan to get to those goals, and I stay really laser focused on hitting those goals. Even when there's multiple goals to be done, I try to make sure that we're coming back and we're staying focused on what the goal was, hitting the end date, hitting those pieces appropriately, so that way we achieve what we set out to achieve in the very first place. The sixth thing I'd say is that I seek to understand. If there's one thing that I think people would say about me as a leader, as my staff would say, is that I am good at seeking to understand. I want to hear what both sides have to offer. And that may mean it's going to take a little while longer to get to the answer, but let's make sure we understand what happened. And I really have a better understanding of what happened before weighing in and making a decision. Too often we rush into a decision that cost us so much more later on, and the ripple effects are fairly, destructive. And the last thing I would say is relational. I am a people person, not necessarily a people pleaser, but I'm a people person. And I connect, I think, really well through our own personal stories, through our shared history. As the driver was telling me yesterday, she goes, geez, you have a connection to everywhere. And I was like, I feel that way, like from my family roots, from my own personal experience, from the life that I live, from my daughter, from my friends. I feel connected, and I think because of that, it allows me to be more relational and connect with others really well. And so I work hard at that idea of building relations. And sometimes you can't, right? Sometimes the relational piece where I'm trying to build with someone just doesn't jive with them entirely. But in and of itself, I think I'm a very relational person. I think it'd be hard for you to find someone in the district or even outside the district that's ever met me that didn't say, yeah, Chris is a pretty relational person. So those would be my seven things.
So Christina wanted to get her voice in the room. Christina, go ahead.
Good morning, Chris. I couldn't hear you when you said number 4, so just your voice is low and it dropped, so I'm really sorry. Thank you for those. How will you prioritize the needs and the wants in our Douglas County School District, and how will you strategize to address them?
I think first and foremost, our district strategic plan actually outlines what a lot of our needs and wants are already. And so really implementing the district strategic plan more fully, being more focused on the goals built out in the district strategic plan would be my primary focus, because we've already surveyed people. We've already asked. We've asked all that information of our constituents, of our kids, of everyone in the system, and I feel like we've got a lot of information to show us this is what they want. We've built out a very beautiful strategic plan that's got a lot of detail to it, to what it should be. We just haven't had the chance to get into it, to get in the weeds of it. And so I would first and foremost start with, let's go back to each of those groups that are working on the district strategic plan, give them the time, the resources, and the drive, the motivation to get through year 1 of where the district strategic plan is. And then after they get through their first year, let's start evaluating again. Is this still the path in which we need to go as a district, and that our community wants us to go? So currently, that's how I see it. It wouldn't be about my plan and the things that I'm saying, oh, this has to happen, but I think our district strategic plan will help us identify the needs, wants, and move forward from that. Me personally, outside of the district strategic plan itself, I think talking about post-COVID, what we do in the COVID world and how we get back into school in August and what that should look like across the board is going to be vastly important. So that's, I would say, for my cabinet and myself, that would be our focus. What are we going to do to get a plan out in front of people by the end of June that expressly shows how we're going to go about things come August for our own internal working. But as far as needs and wants, I think you got to lean on the district strategic plan because it's already there. It's got everything we need, and we just need to follow it.
Hi. So a follow-up to that, how would you go about inspiring and motivating people to reach those ambitious goals that are in the strategic plan? And how do you ensure that you are doing it in a way where everyone feels valued and respected and heard, from students to parents, staff, community?
Yeah, so one of the best ways to do it from my lens is there were core teams that were put together to build out what the plan is, right? So 9 times out of 10, those are the people who are most connected and most passionate about that work. So we want to get them back to the table because a lot of them haven't even met or talked since. In the strategic plan, the way that it was set up is that core group then was supposed to open their group up to more community members, staff members, so on and so forth, to really build the framework of the plan and then to disseminate it from there so that you continue to gain momentum. The example that I use, obviously, is the equity policy, right, and our equity team. That's how we have done it. Like our core group is extremely passionate about the work, and I think in a number of board meetings, you guys have probably seen us, like we're fired up, we're ready to go. We want it to happen yesterday in some regards, but in our process, we have often reminded ourselves that it's got to be a step-by-step process. We want to make sure each step of the way has buy-in, and so to do that, we made sure that we reached out to the different groups, different stakeholder groups that were important in the formulating of that policy and of the rest of the work. I would encourage all the other groups to start doing that, and I would let them see our model as a model for them to follow. And it already has been outlined for them, but I would just reiterate to them, Mike, it's not just your group of 4 now. Where's your next step? Right? What's your subgroup? Which is, it's in the paperwork, right? What is your subgroup? Most of the smaller groups have already identified what their subgroup, what they wanted it to be, but they haven't actually reached out to any of those people because the work stopped. And so now it's, hey, let's go back and look at what your plan was. Is it still the plan that the district needs right now? Are there tweaks that you'd want to make? Based off of that, now let's start reaching out to the subgroup and let's get them bought in and tied in. I think one of the issues that people often fall into with this district strategic plan in and of itself is, yeah, but if I use this person for my subgroup and they also want that person for their subgroup, and aren't we pulling this one leader thin? We are. So instead, who else can fit that mold? Who else makes sense there? And so I think a lot of the inspiration comes from having a good plan and coming alongside people and making sure they understand. Absolutely, we want to do this, we're going to do this, and you've got our support. And so let me know what else we need to do to keep supporting you to move forward. And I think you'll find that people will feel more inspired to do the work then because they know that it's not going to get hung up in the minutia, in all the little things that sometimes get in the way. And you can't control a pandemic, and that, I don't put that on anybody. But you can control whether or not you're able to stay focused and stay moving forward as much as humanly possible. And I would just want to encourage people to continue to do that.
You mentioned buy-in in terms of the strategic plan themes and goals, and you experienced firsthand with the whole equity policy. We really had some polarization in our community. So how do you get from passion, I'm passionate about this,
Right.
to helping everyone feel like they have some ownership with where we want to go?
Then we start using data, right? I mean, it's one thing to get people there saying, yep, I'm ready to do the work, I'm excited to do the work, I want to do the work. Now you got to use data alongside that to show this is the why we need to do it, right? Because typically data is able to explain what your why is. And we did the same thing with the equity policy and with those groups. We were able to put the why out there. For all the individual groups that we continue to run into as we were going through it, it was this whole idea of here's the why. And then being able to also listen just as much as we talk. And I think that's going to be important as well. So the way that we're going to be able to get buy-in from others who may not see the value in it is we need to make sure that they see the why, that we're able to put data in front of them, and that we're able to listen to what their feedback is as to what their concerns are. And as I told our group, just because we hear what an opponent says to it, doesn't mean that's the way we now have to shift or pivot. It just means that we have to be able to listen, and we have to be able to recognize that we've heard it, that we've listened. And we did that in our process, and I think we can do that with all the pieces of the district strategic plan, to really listen, to hear what people have to say, but to explain what our why is and use data to drive that decision making.
Quick follow-up. Can you speak to a specific example at Highlands Ranch High School where you inspired or motivated the community, the staff, to advance diversity, equity work or another project?
Absolutely. So when I first got to Highlands Ranch High School, I feel like one of our strengths is our work with our ISS students, our special education students, and our ability to support them across the board. We have already built out things like we had strategies for English and math that were helping kids move along through the process. But what we continue to run into were there were still a lot of behavioral issues that were happening, and not just at Highlands Ranch, but across the board. And with those behavioral issues, our team was quickly able to identify the idea like, the problem is we don't have programming that's set up for effective needs. Like, we need programming for effective needs. As I continue to talk to our special education team around how we could do that, we looked at other districts and what other people were doing successfully, and what we found was effective need programming and having an effective needs center in some way, shape, or form in the school would be important and valuable. I then took that to our SAC, our School Accountability Committee, and in that conversation, we started talking to our parents about, what do you see? What are your kids saying? What do you guys think needs to happen? And our community very quickly was able to say, absolutely, better support, more support needs to happen. And so from that, we started formulating out the idea of having an effective needs program. And some of our parents started reaching out to the central office special education programming, and I started reaching out to some people in central office, and we started having this conversation around, how can we get an effective needs program? I was appreciative that it was well received, obviously from central administration as well in that conversation, but what we started to do then is to start outlining how we could create an AN program. Now we met naysayers in that as well, not just community members, but also some staff members, because one of the first things I heard was, oh, so Highlands Ranch is now going to become a special education school. So that's what you're gonna do, or we're gonna become another Plum Creek. We're not gonna stay focused on our own academics and go for AP anymore. We're gonna focus on being the specialized school in special education. And so we listened to those people, we heard what their concerns were, and we continued to outline the programming and how it would look so that it was exactly in some regards what we were doing, which is some level of push in, but some level of pull out support for students. And really what we talked about more than anything else was we need to meet kids where they're at. Right? An effective needs program does that. It meets kids where they're at. It doesn't just assume everyone's going to be okay and everyone's going to be fine. It meets them where they're at. And after about a year and a half, year and a half, we were able to get the first effective needs program for the district. Which came with its own crazy, the space, right? The supplies, all the little things, hiring an effective needs teacher. We went through the whole gambit of that. But in that process, we built the effective needs program. We were successful within our first year, successful enough that they built the effective needs program in 2 other high schools, and then started getting it more into more middle schools. And we also knew when we were creating our effective needs program that there was something very similar to it at the middle school level, but getting it to appropriate for high school was a big part of our journey. So I think that's a good example of equity, that we wanted to make sure that we were being equitable in how we were providing resources for kids, providing resources for all of our kids. And at the same note, still staying focused on what were all the good things that Highlands Ranch was already doing with our strong academics, with our other students that don't identify with having a special plan or GT, that just want to have a traditional high school experience. How do we foster all that? And I think we did a good job of outlining different ways in which an effective needs program never took away from that, but instead it grew our base. It grew what we had to offer.
Krista, go ahead. I know you wanted to jump in.
Sure. Hi, Chris. I'm sorry I can't be there in person today. I just wanted to follow up on that question because my question is pretty similar, and you may say that you sort of answered it. But as you look across Douglas County School District, what programs or opportunities for students have you seen that excite you? And what's a program or an opportunity that you're excited about that you would want to replicate, add, change across our district?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I love the effective needs program. I think it provides such a stable for so many kids who need it desperately, right? I think when we talk about mental health, when we talk about behavioral issues, we have to provide more inclusive supports for more students. And I think the Effective Needs Program is one that I'd love to see in every high school across the board. I think it is important to have our education system scaffolded so we can meet kids where they're at. And part of that scaffolding at Highlands Ranch High School, at least, is we not only have a strategies course, we also have a team talk course, which is sort of that next step. And then after that, we also have our effective needs, our SSN, we've got our specific programming. And then we also have more of a push-in model. So we've got multiple models that allow a student to find where they need to be and to be successful. And for our team to see how something is working, evaluate it, and then make adjustments and pivots. I think one of the things that's hard for some schools is you see that something isn't working, but you don't have another opportunity. You don't have another option. And so because you don't have another option, you almost feel trapped. And the student feels trapped, and the parents feel trapped. And all of a sudden there's tension that grows. What I think for an effective needs program is it gives us another option to have more behavioral support, and particularly for one of our more marginalized groups. And I think that's important to have in a school because it allows discipline and all those numbers we see about the number of kids on referrals, the number of kids that are being disciplined that are special needs. It allows us to support those students where they're at more effectively. So that's a program I would love to see district-wide. And I think it's something that is definitely attainable, and we've been able to show multiple models of how we're able to effectively do that. So that would be one for sure.
So beyond the AN program, Chris, any other kind of opportunities for all kids that you see that, when you talk about scaffolding?
Yeah.
Are there other things that you think, from your knowledge of the district, that we need to be looking at?
For me, I think maybe not necessarily a scaffolded piece, but I think the alignment of work that's happening in math right now for our middle schools and our K-8. I love how we're working towards that and how we're about to implement that. I think that work and scaffolding that out and building it out so people can visibly see this is where a student would go in math is huge. Our curricular alignment is a place of necessity in Douglas County. And the hard part is, where does autonomy end and where does alignment begin? And that area is always tricky for any principal, including myself. There are times when I'm like, no, I like being autonomous here. And there are some times where I'm like, gosh, I just wish we had better alignment. And so I think math is a huge area in which that alignment can take more of a forefront. And I say that because when we look at our statistical data, statewide, math is doing okay, but it could be doing so much better. And I think alignment is one of the first places in which we can really impact that. I also think when we talk about putting in things like strats classes for our learners, for our low-level learners, those Explore English 1, Explore English 2, I think those allow areas for reading and writing to be in place more strategically. I love Read 180. I think Read 180 does a great job K-12 of providing support for learners. So I think those are all three areas where we could have those district-wide, district alignment in their implementation, in their installation, where people could get behind it and get on board with it. When we talk about that weird gap between alignment and autonomy, the hard part is you do have amazing educators who've done great things and have never had to use Read 180 a day in their life. And so for them, it's like, why do I have to make this pivot all of a sudden? Why do I have to make this shift? Because that student may not stay in your building the entire time, and we want alignment so wherever they go, they feel like that scaffolded approach exists across the board and they can be successful across the board. So I think those are three programs that we'd love to have. And last but not least, at least I can tell you, and my staff would lose their mind if I didn't say it, Canvas, I think provides us an opportunity right now where we see a shift happening in education, especially when we talk about snow days or we talk about kids who have to stay home for not just COVID, but other illnesses, medical issues, students who have to be isolated for whatever reason. I think Canvas provides us an amazing opportunity to be able to reach those learners at home, but keep them connected to what we do in class. And I think that would be something that I'd love to see, that we not only retain, but we build out and we build common expectations for the use and the setup of Canvas. If you go to any college university that's utilizing Canvas, it is scaffolded, it is scripted. This is what your page will look like no matter what. Here are the offshoots you can do as an educator to make it unique to you, but here is what it's going to be. We didn't do that, and I think that hurt us actually. In some regards, Canvas was really beneficial, but the hard part for most students was they didn't know what they were going to expect every time they logged on. But if you talk to any of our graduates who went to college this fall, they will tell you that Canvas was clean almost across the board for whatever university they went to. So how do we do that district-wide and implement that district-wide? And some of it is just building the scaffold for it, building the outline for it, and saying, this is what it is. And we're going to do this because it's what's right for kids.
Sure, I'd love to go next. I promise you this is not a trick question.
It's okay.
I really want to ask you though to take off your polished interview hat and put on a get real hat, because as we have watched and talked to superintendents all across the United States through this process, it has become very clear that one of the most significant indicators of success for a superintendent is relationship with their board. So I really want to hear from you what you need from us, what creates a happy and productive work environment for you. You know us, you've seen us in action. We're not always perfect, but I think we have an opportunity here, starting fresh with someone, and I really want to hear what you need to be successful.
Oh, absolutely, and I appreciate take off the polished interview hat. That makes me feel like I'm doing okay.
Absolutely, but this is a real question.
No, absolutely. You know what, the truth of the matter for me is because I'm relational, I just need to get to know people, right? Like I need to have the opportunity to feel like I can have real conversations and I can be challenged. I think of my administrative team, right? I love my administrative team, and I think if you talk to them, we have an actual great connection with each other. But our first 2 years, I think it was odd for them to have a principal who said, nope, I want you to challenge me. I want you to question me. I want you to push back a little bit. If you don't agree with it, then don't sit there and say, yeah, absolutely, it makes total sense. Here we go. And I think for us, if we're going to build this relationship, we have to be willing to say things to each other as candidly as we need to, and we also need to be able to have a respect for each other. There is no doubt you guys have had a wealth of experience that I have no knowledge of, that I couldn't possibly say, oh yeah, because I taught pre-law, I understand what it's like to be an attorney, right? Because I'm a principal, hey, we're all connected on everything. Because I've worked in a small district, I know what it was like to be in Sheridan. I don't know those things. Right? I don't know those things, but I sure would love to get to know them. And I think for me, when I feel like I know somebody, it allows me to be more honest. And when I'm making a decision, you know that my honesty is right there in front of you, that you can trust what I'm telling you. And it's okay if you say, Chris, I just don't like that decision. Okay, got it. But the truth of the matter is, that is where I think the decision needs to be. And you're either gonna follow me and go with it me or say no, and then I gotta find something else. But I'm telling you, whatever that something else is, I don't believe it's gonna be good. And I could be wrong. And I think of if my staff was sitting here, they're like, oh God, don't get him started on if he could be wrong. I'm like, yep, I could be wrong. It doesn't happen a lot because I try to make sure I take the time to learn all the stuff before I jump into a decision. And I would say the same thing with you guys. Like, for me to be a successful superintendent, I just need to know that the board really does support the idea of me being in this role, that you guys truly and honestly do trust that the decision I'm making are kid-centered, that are focused on our staff and are focused on this district being a great place. That if I say something to you like, nope, I'm not planning on packing up and leaving, I'm not saying that so I can get the job. I'm saying that because I'm not planning on packing up and leaving because I was a furniture mover for 2 years and I had to move our house twice. And I've already told my wife I do not feel like moving anymore. And she's talked a little bit about, I want to downsize and blah, blah, blah. I am not moving. I want to stay. I want to do our thing. And I want a board that wants me to stay. that wants me to be their guy. And the last part of being real, yeah, you know, the biggest pit in my stomach of, oh my gosh, how real do you get, right? Is the experience question, right? Because it was clear to me that there was a definite concern around my lack of experience. And I hear that, I do. Believe you me, it would be hard for me to definitely say, yep, let's put this teacher into the principal spot. It would be hard for me to say, yep, let's take this volunteer from the community and put them in a teaching spot. I get it, right? I absolutely get it. But I also know this, that if I saw something in that person and I felt something from that person when we were there together, that I'd say, yep, then let's give this a shot. Because if that is the best person, then I want that best person there. And all I'd want to know is that irregardless of any of the hangups, that we could all come together and agree that, okay, then I'm the best person to be here right now, and I'm the best person to work with you guys right now. And we're gonna bump heads, right? That's what we should do. Families do that, right? Groups who care about each other do that. If we don't bump heads, we don't challenge each other, we don't really care about what each other is saying, in my opinion, right? And the last thing I'll say to that is I have had some one-on-one calls with some of you guys, and I know you heard my fired upness every now and then in that talking, right? But I appreciated that the response wasn't, well, that guy's off my list of people to ever talk to. And the response instead was to come back around and have another conversation. Because you know what that means to me? I can trust you. And hopefully you know you can trust me. And in my experience, leadership, running an organization, running a building, running whatever, guiding people, mentorship, all those things come down to belief and trust in each other. And either we do that or we don't. And the minute we don't, it's not worth it for anyone. It's not. And I'll finish by saying, you know, my dad is a drill sergeant in the Army, and this is how he has raised me to be this way, to respond this way. Either I'm able to tell you, go clean up your room, and you get up there and you clean it, or I tell you to go clean up your room and you don't. There's no in between. There's no, well, I sort of cleaned it. No, I told you to go clean your room, go clean it. Like, that's a Chris Page Sr. kind of speech. Like, that is how he lives. And that's how I've been raised. So when you tell me, Chris, we need a plan for the implementation of the district strategic plan, then dang it, I'm gonna go do it. And I'm gonna build a team that's gonna go do that. And we're gonna work towards that. Now, I may have to come back to you and say that it's impossible to do in the next 3 months, but it's gonna get done. I promise you, it will get done. And I'm gonna bust my butt to get it done, right? And it's gonna be fun and it's gonna be great. And at the end of the day, it's gonna be exactly what we all wanted, but it's gonna take time. And I'm gonna get it done because that's how my life is and that's how I believe in it. And that's how I've always seen things, so. Hopefully not too long on that.
So, yeah, Chris, my original question is about, you know, equity and special ed, but I think you have addressed it. So I'm going to, you also mentioned a while ago about the elephant in the rooms, which is your lack of senior administration's experience. So I want you to tell us a bit more about this. I mean, we know that our greatest president in the United States, Abraham Lincoln, he has never had any administration role of being a governor, president. And we also know that, you know, our greatest leader does not need to know everything, but they do need to learn all the time. However, your lack of experience, I think, is one of the most concern into the driving seat for the entire school district. How can you instill confidence to your cabinet member or central administration staff that you know how to steer the ships to the right directions? How can you better educate yourself, or what are you going to do to earn their trust and respect that the board is picked the right person despite your lack of central administration's experience?
It's an actual fantastic question because there's so many facets to it, right? The easiest part of the answer is leadership is leadership. And so with my cabinet and working with the cabinet, it's gonna be this whole conversation around what did you guys want from a leader? Is it someone who's passionate? Check. Is it someone who is gonna make bold decisions? Check. Is it somebody who is gonna keep kids at the center? Check. Is it somebody who sat in the role for 15 years? No check, right? Like, I believe when it comes to leadership, I'm going to be able to portray that and have that conversation with my cabinet just fine. But for our community, actions speak louder than any words. And so for a community, what they're gonna wanna know, what they're gonna wanna see, and what they're gonna wanna feel is that when there are things out there to be done, that they're getting done, and they're getting done appropriately, they're getting done with thought, and they're getting done with involvement from multiple stakeholders. We can do all of that. No district should be run entirely by one person. And one of the first things I would tell our cabinet, or tell my cabinet is, I am not the guy who's doing it all. We are doing it all. My job is to support the work that you do. You have been put in this position because you are an expert in what you do. Once again, talking about my own team, I have worked on the master schedule before. I've done it, the master schedule for where teachers teach throughout the year, right? I've done it, I've worked on different pieces of it. I know for the most part how the master schedule goes. In my current building, I probably have one of the only 3 people who have built the master schedule from hand by herself over years. She is phenomenal at it. I do not bother her when it comes to the master schedule other than, hey, have you thought of this? Hey, here's one of the driving things. She's the expert in that room. That is her job. And anything that I do that impedes with that actually takes away from her ability to show her expertise to the entire system. The same thing goes for the district. The way that we need to build trust isn't just in the superintendent, it's in the cabinet, it's in all of leadership. I need to make sure that all of the people who are representative of the central administrative office here are able to show their expertise on a daily basis, weekly basis, whatever you want to call it, to all of our stakeholders. I want it to be a situation where every person in this district, when it comes to IT, knows that Mark Blair is who they've got to go to. And when it's all said and done, that he's got what it takes. I want them to know that his team in IT is a strong, solid team. And so if they go to anyone else underneath him, they're going to be able to answer those questions. I want them to know that when they want to join his team, that they've got to be great at what they do, or that they're going to continue to work to be great at what they do, because Mark Blair has been encouraged and driven by Chris Page to do that at a high level. And I think that's true for all of our cabinet positions, and I think that's true for me. I think as far as educating myself as to another part of that, it's aligning myself with good mentors, in which I think that I have. And that even goes as far as a new mentor in Chris Smith, right? We just talked the other day about what it would be like to work together and doing that kind of stuff. And so I've got mentors who have been superintendents, who are currently superintendents, who are currently deputy superintendents. The good part for me in working through my doctorate's degree was I interviewed other superintendents and made connections with other mentors. And so it's being able to bounce ideas off of those folks and say, hey, you've been doing this for 20 years. What happened when you tried to do it? Or working alongside someone else who's new and saying, all right, so what are you guys doing right now in Creek? And how are you going to make that work? I think I've got to have a network of that support, and I already have that network of support. For the board, I would want, sort of back to the other question as well, is your mentorship, right? Not just what do you want to see, but where do you see it happening? Because you're the voice of the community. That's what your role is. And so you hear from community members, you are community members, and so your job is to make sure I understand from your lens as well what the community wants. And so that elephant in that room of does he have the experience? Yep, while it will be concerning to people, at the end of the day, no one can deny that true leadership is just that. And you mentioned, Abraham Lincoln, George Washington. There was no president, right? There was no model to follow, but he did, and he established it, and he established it through his actions. And why did people want him in that role? Because of his past actions and his past successes and the things that he was able to bring to the table. But then again, and obviously I'm a U.S. history teacher, so I'll try not to go down there too far. Then you've got Martin Van Buren, a seasoned politician whose nickname forever will be Martin Van Ruin for leading us into the Civil War because he couldn't get it under control. But he was a seasoned politician. He knew everyone out there, right? You talk about John Quincy Adams, who is arguably the greatest ambassador to represent the United States and made more connections with foreign diplomats than any politician ever could have at that time. He opened us up to the world. But as a president, is considered one of the worst 5 presidents ever. With all the experience, he was the youngest ambassador. He did all these things amazingly. And he had all this experience and had all this background. His father was the president, the second president. There's nobody who had more experience in sitting in the room than John Quincy Adams. Yet no one was loath, other than maybe Martin Van Ruin, than John Quincy Adams when it came to being able to effectively be the president. So I say that because we will continue to find examples of people who have a ton of experience that didn't do the job well, and people who didn't have a lot of experience that did do the job well. And is there somewhere in between? Absolutely. And I know sometimes that's safe, but that doesn't mean no experience means no opportunity for success. I see.
Go ahead, Chacha Short.
So that historical references were really interesting, and I thank you for them. What qualities do you think the men who were successful had that you also have? What leadership qualities?
Men who were also successful at it they were great at articulating a vision. They were good communicators within their staff and within the country. The other thing that they had is they were relational. They were strong decision makers. Right? And I say strong decision makers because it wasn't just about making the right decision. It was about standing behind the decision. I'm a Washingtonian in some regards, right? Like, so George Washington, when he assigns the military to stop a group of protesters, it's the first time that we're using our military might to stop protesters from marching. And this question of, so where should the government step in? Isn't this how we form the country? By protesting? Why would you stop these protesters? Well, we're not going to allow another revolution to begin because we're not in that place. Making those strong decisions that could have had a detrimental impact on his presidency, but instead, he stood behind his decision. He stayed focused on what the end goal was, and he continued to provide a vision. And I would say that would be the last thing, is they provided a strong vision for what their leadership was. They provided a strong vision for what their leadership was. My vision is to continue to move this district forward, to provide an opportunity for healing to happen across the board, and to drive academic success for Douglas County as a whole, so that we become another destination district as we were when I first got hired here. And so those are parts of my vision. Those are things that I want to see happen. And I know that all of those great leaders, historically, that's what they did. They provided vision, right? They made tough decisions and they stood by them. They were great communicators and they communicated about that vision. And they communicated when things didn't go well either. They did a good job of getting out in front of it, communicating when things weren't going well. I mean, how many speeches of Lincoln's can you find where he talks about how things aren't necessarily going well, but he still inspired the people? He still kept them focused, right? Susan B. Anthony, to believe that she's the first woman to push for women's rights is not accurate. But to know that she had a clear vision, that she could communicate and stand behind her decisions to go and be imprisoned, absolutely. Sorry, history.
Anthony, go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, I think you may have kind of touched on it, but as you sit, put on your forward-thinking hat, 3 years from now, you've been in this role you'll be our superintendent for 3 years. What would be the, 2 things or 3 things that you'd be most proud of as you look back as accomplishments? And what would be things you'd still want to strive to do in the following years?
So I think 3 things that I would love to look back and be able to say, man, we did a really good job of that. Once again, COVID, the response, I want to know that we're out of the forest of that for the most part in 3 years. And that we're back to whatever the new normal is or old normalcy. I want to know that as superintendent, I guided the ship through those rough terrains really well. Number 2, I want to know that we've built a compensation package for teachers and for classified staff members across the board that valued them, that retained them, and that let people know that we heard what they were saying through all the years and we got there. And then the third thing that I want to be most proud about is that when I'm standing up and we're talking in 3 years and we're at the board meeting, that public comment is really isolated to 1 or 2 little offshoots now. And it's not this glaring push for we're mad and we're mad at each other. And it's not just bickering, but ugly. I feel like some of the things that we've done as a community almost look ugly as opposed to collaborative. And while I do think that there is always a place for people to share where their thoughts and their hearts are, doing it in a constructive way that grows us, I want to look back in 3 years and feel like we've gotten the community to that place where we're back to there, where we're able to give back constructive criticism and feedback and be passionate, but we're not being ugly. And I think that's huge, right? Because our kids see the model we put in front of them. And having a daughter in this district, I want in 3 years when she's walking across the graduation stage for her to feel that way, for her to feel like, yeah, you know what, it was cool. It was great. People may still be upset about where graduation is for a certain school, or people may still be upset about what 5th grade is doing as far as reading. That's okay. But to do it in a constructive manner, I want to be able to look back and feel good about that. The parts where I feel like I'll still be growing, I hope that in 3 years, I'm at this place where I'm like, okay, now I'm really getting that political side of it totally under wraps. And I mean the political sides outside of our district, right? That I feel like I'm growing and being a connector of our district to other state organizations on a more, not just state level, but maybe even a global level, because those are things I can't say that I bring to the table right now. But in 3 years, I hope that I'm saying, yep, guys, I'm there now. I'm getting it. My feet are getting way more wet into that water, and I'm feeling good about that. And that as a board, you guys are saying, yep, we can feel that too. And we're excited because now we're ready for you to bring some of those national things in here more effectively, because you've built a good base for everyone to feel like that's our next step of growth. And so in 3 years, I hope that's where I'm at growth-wise, and I hope that's where I am accomplishment-wise.
Chris, we've got a couple minutes left, so we're gonna let you wrap this up however you want to wrap this conversation up.
I do feel like we've had quite a few conversations, and obviously I can't put you on the spot as far as giving me a ranking of where you're seeing me right now. I guess things that I would hope that you would take into your own thought is, if any issue that you may have had of Chris Page when he came into this room, I hope you feel like I answered the questions right, or I was able to solidify where you stand now. Okay, I hope that I was able to solidify where you stand now. In other words, hopefully for some of you guys, I moved you. And for some of you, if you were in the place where I want you to be, I hope I didn't move you at all. Hope kept you right where you're supposed to be, right? Please know, I desperately do love Douglas County, and I think I've built a career, and there are times when I have been a fiery advocate for all things DCSD, and there have been times when I have not. I've been an opponent. Like I haven't agreed. But I have made sure to do it in a constructive way that continues to move us forward. And as superintendent, I'll continue to do that work. That's the work that needs to be done. I think I do a great job sometimes of providing energy and emotion that makes people feel connected. And I understand that it's easy for when I walk away from here for you to say, well, that's all it was a bunch of energy and emotion, but it's still not the concrete stuff we want. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna do the work. I'm gonna get us where we need to be. I'm going to stay aligned with the work that needs to happen for Douglas County to move forward. And I'm gonna do everything I can in my power to continue to learn the position at a high level, so that in 3 to 5 years from now, whether you're on the board or you get a chance to get away from it and step away from it, you're able to say, that's right, that was my hire. And when we hired him, we put him in that seat because it's what we needed. and that in 3 to 5 years from now, you hired him, we put him in that seat because it's what we needed, and that in 3 to 5 years from now, you're able to say, and we got exactly what we needed. Exactly what we wanted and exactly what we needed. Thank you, Chris Page. And my challenge personally, I told my wife the other day is, I'm reading about Rick O'Connell, I go 20 years. Okay, that's the goal. Because when I came into Highlands Ranch, I looked at it and I said every principal there had been there at least 5 years to 10. So that's the challenge. Either 5 to 10, no matter what. And in those 5 to 10, what can I get done? And I feel like I've done that. And I would do the same thing as superintendent. So just thank you guys for the opportunity. I am truly honored to be a finalist. I know that in and of itself speaks volumes for how you feel about me, and I appreciate that entirely, but I hope it doesn't end there. So thank you.
Dr. Page, thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for going through this process. As you know, we got a couple more hoops for you from our student panels tonight to our public forum, and all of that information is something that we will be pondering and deliberating on, but I feel I can represent all of us in saying we are grateful for your dedication to our district, and as well as your leadership, and your work with our kids. So thank you for spending time with us, and we bid you well for the rest of the day.
Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna go check in on the quarantine.
All right. to have some conversation with us.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Excited for this. Thank
And
you.
how is the place going? Because, we haven't been out in the real world. Everything going all right now?
You know what? Yeah, just like with everything, everything's going great. You're out in schools, you're seeing a lot of excitement and learning. And with everything else, we're getting ahead of things and continuing to work through each and every day. So great team and good work ahead of us.
Well, just so you know, we did ask all of our finalists that they felt comfortable with us removing our masks while we speak, and we are, and we hope that you'll feel comfortable, but you
Absolutely.
go either way, just know that that's your choice.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yep.
sir. So Corey, obviously, we want to have a conversation. We don't want to do the firing squad interview like sometimes we tend to do. And we've had the pleasure of watching you in action for several months now as our interim. And so because of that, we feel like we know you at a different level than probably maybe other finalists. But what we would be interested in hearing from you is, now that you've been in this role, and now that you've been really intensely thinking about the permanent superintendent position, what observations do you have? What are there aha moments? Are there insights? Just kind of unpackage for us a little bit what's going on in your head right now.
Yeah, I think you've always had goals in your career, in your life, about what you want to achieve. And I've always wanted to become a teacher because my parents were teachers and those people who made a difference in my life. And I wanted to make a difference. Then you started thinking about those principals who influenced you, who helped you grow and see that you can mentor and impact others at a greater scale. And so I wanted to be a principal. And you look at those directors or superintendents, Rick O'Connell's in my life that knew us and groomed and coached and had such a great vision. I think this year, reflecting on things, and really, this is a journey. It's humbling. I think if you aren't empathetic and reflective, you aren't going to grow and get better. And I think in this process, it's a big job. It's a big transition. It's a big transition for anybody to take on the superintendent. It's a big transition once you get it, to start to know our district, know our people, know the board, know our community, and be able to have decision-making that is able to make it, the changes that we need to have and see the goals and measurements that we need to have. So I think on that end, reflecting on it, I'm going to use a little bit of a statement that I said yesterday. I've really, at times, called myself a visionary leader, or a relational and action leader, because I want to fix things. I think reflecting on myself this year, I really see myself as more of an empathetic leader. And what I mean by that is, rather than thinking about who you want to be like, I really realize in the superintendent role, you're representing all the stakeholders. Stakeholders in the building and outside of the building. Stakeholders in the district and outside of the district. And how you're able to listen and reflect upon what people are feeling, what they're going through. As you make decisions, I think that's critical. So I think my reflection of who we are, where I am, and that continued growth, I'm very proud of the work we've done this year. It's been a challenging year. And I think at times people say to me, why would you want that job? You would never want to have that job. And actually, I feel very humbled and privileged. I think strong leaders take into account everyone. You think about everyone as if they're part of your family. Your students are your own kids. And you understand that every decision you make is going to have an impact on them. And when you make those decisions, how you help to not only listen and take that in, but also share out the whys and understanding, and then also be humble enough to listen and say when you make mistakes and when you're able to grow and change and improve. So I think that's a piece with me, is that, I've been a part of Douglas County for 25 years. And I know our people and I know our community. But our lives and our situations are always changing. And how we adapt and respond to that and engage and understand and reflect is critical. So I think, I hope that answers where I am as a leader, and where you have an interim superintendent who I think will help us transition more seamlessly, who understands the role and the relationships, understands our strengths and gaps, to continue that work that's most needed, and really designate our priorities.
You mentioned grow and improve just a second ago. Talk more about that.
Yeah.
What are the areas you see, I want to grow? What are some areas that you feel like overall you would want to improve in?
Yeah. We all go through our life with education, training, and practice to get better. But in all reality, kind of like parenting, until you do the job, you really don't know what you're getting into. So I think that growth and improvement is daily. I've loved where I know our Colorado budget and our financial responsibility in our district. I love the fact that we're entrenched in it. To be able to speak wholeheartedly about where we were in the fall and trying to get that out and more visible earlier, explain about where we were trending and where we are now, and really being able to come back with priorities and strong recommendations to be able to meet those priorities. Not just wants or needs, but really to say, here are our goals and here's our action to make that happen. I think that's a continued piece of growing on that. I think, honestly, working with the Denver area superintendents and networking and asking questions and learning from each of them, I think is critical. As we talk about transportation, we know transportation that there's a need for more and we can't hire enough bus drivers, but listen to the number of districts who have the same problems, but we're all brainstorming what are different solutions, what's working there and what's working here, and sharing those out. So I think in that growth, the work together, how we start to identify, and you ask the question, what problem would we most like to solve? It really gets back to the priorities of what needs to take action. We say, what are we willing to do to solve those problems? How much time are we willing to spend? How can we think outside the box? Who do we need to engage and bring to the table? I think that engagement side, this year with COVID, we're moving fast. We're reacting. We're dealing with entities and government and laws that require us to do things. So I think really the next steps in engaging with our community, finding those pathways. I've really appreciated being a part of the different elected government official meetings and starting to get to know our elected officials. Working with the Chamber of Commerce and the Castle Rock business community and expanding that out. We're a very large, expansive district, so getting out to all of our areas and local municipalities, governments, and our community. I think that engagement piece is going to be critical. So I think that's one area that I really identify to continue to do, but it's an area of growth as we go.
I'll start us off here. I know the last few days you've had a lot of very directed questions, very detailed questions, but I'd like to really just kind of have everyone learn more about you. So if you could tell us 7 words or phrases that describe who you are. And then, if you wanted to give a little more detail on 2 or 3 of those, that would be great.
So 7 words. So when I think it's 7, I'm a Broncos fan because I'm a native of Colorado. So 7 words.
There you go. I did that on purpose.
Yeah. When you think about, I think one thing that I model, hopefully daily in my actions and throughout my life, is family-centered. I've been a part of this community for all 25 years in Douglas County, my adult life. We've raised 2 daughters, one in college and one as a junior at Legend. So I'm a community member and family member. And then, when you talk about family, you want to build family. In each of my roles, you want to build a family within where you work. As I said it earlier, I think you need to be a leader and think of every student as if they're your own. So it's not only how you prioritize your own family and be family first, but how you create family and that team dynamic within the school and that common purpose and unconditional love. And when I talked about that empathy side, understanding that everyone has their family as their first priority. So I think that family piece, is probably my biggest one that I'd want you to know about me and what grounds me in those things. On top of that, I'd probably say I'm a person with integrity. I'm an optimist. And I seek win-win, I seek solutions, and I assume positive in others as an optimist. That would be 3. I said it earlier a little bit, I think I'm visionary. I think I'm anchored in best practice, but visionary of where can we be? And it's not just doing the same thing. How can we be better? Think outside of the box and involve others to be better. Humble and kind. I go to this song. So when I think about me, you have to think about things that connect you to people and connect you to life. So when I think about that song, humble and kind goes back to that growth mindset that you have to take yourself, you don't want to take yourself too seriously. You have to realize that you don't know it all. It's not about any one person in this job. There's no perfect person for this job. But how you learn from others, build others, get the right people around you, listen to others, and solve problems is critical. So humble and kind, I think, is a great thing for that. I think that's 5. So the last 2, I would probably go back to You know, we talk about integrity, I think a person of trust, you build trust. Those are daily actions that I think you can say things, but I think that trust and credibility that you build over time with who you are in your daily life carries over. Who we are as a person is also who we are in our profession. So when I said Michelle and I raised our daughters here in Douglas County, knowing that every time you go out in the community, you're around your students, you're around your families. I think that idea of trust and credibility is that you want to be a part of it. And so I think that's key. And so I'd say that's a key word for me. And lastly, passionate. I want to be a difference maker. I want to love life, live life, make a difference in life, and help everyone be at their best. And I think as a leader, your number one job is to bring out the best in others. So I think those would be the words that I would hope to be described to me. And as we talk about who you are, I think that's what I'd like to describe myself as.
Christina, do you want to jump in?
Good morning, Corey.
Good morning.
How will you prioritize the needs and the wants in Douglas County School District? And how will you strategize to address them?
You know, there's always needs and wants. I think first and foremost, we're in education, we're about students. So I think you put students first. What's going to make the difference for students? What's going to help our students have the most success? And this is all students. So that's a first and foremost our priority. All of our work in our job, whether it's an operational business side of a school district, all of our work is to provide what's best for student success. And so I think that drives every decision when it comes to needs and wants. I think when you look in your school district, you also have to go to what are your priorities. We've built a strategic plan that's involved our community, that's involved our stakeholders. I don't think we need to deviate from that strategic plan. I think that helps to guide us. It deepens us. So I think we need to reflect on what have we done and where else do we need to put our priorities. That goes back to a lot of the work that we've already started and I think needs to continue. When we start to put our priorities within our goals and our ends, and you start to look at our data, where are we accomplishing and where do we need to put money towards, direct that, it really keeps it as a statement of where you spend your time and money is what really matters most. So when we look at that student achievement, equity, access and opportunity, resources, professional development to help our teachers be at their best for students. Teachers are the number one difference maker in student success. So as you set your priorities towards these resources and ways and purpose of reading, purpose of literacy, numeracy, you really have to help your teachers feel valued, see what time and resources they need and help them gain those, and then work together. So I think those are the priorities in which you use to make decisions. So when you go back to needs and wants, you have to strategically prioritize. And when you have our purpose in mind and a collective purpose, it makes sense. It's where you set that. It allows you to put money where you need to go. And also when you have to make hard decisions, start to say, what don't we want to lose? So you always, when you talk about core values and those priorities, those are the key things in decision making. And in the toughest of times, that's what you fall back on and you get input on to make decisions. And I think that key piece is, as we do this, I reference things that are about not just any one person or department or structure. You have to get feedback. What are our priorities? And continue to update that strategic plan and focus. Are these still the measurements we value and prioritize? Are we doing well? Is the work that we're putting in really creating the results that we want to have? We talk about data, but how we use data well to measure our success. I think that's a key piece. So that engagement with our community, engagement with our staff, engagement with the board of what our priorities are and where they continue to be, how they continue to grow and evolve over time and respond to the changes in our students, in our community, in our businesses. Postgraduate success is going to help guide back to our goals, our strategic plan, and help us in those decision making. So I think when you say strategy, I think you have to talk about what that really is and make it tangible. And honestly, keep it simple. Sometimes we can try to do too much and we don't do anything well. If we go back to what's most important, literacy, reading, learn to read, read to learn, to writing, how numeracy works, how we help all kids grow and achieve, and that growth mindset and actually measuring that side, I think is critical. And you attach resources to go along with that.
where you talked about strategic plan, talk more about, and just like, you talked about, we can't do it all at once. So in that plan, kind of delve into a little bit with me and us. What would you prioritize? What are the things in the plan that you think we need to nail right away?
Yeah. So again, reflecting on where we are and where we're going, I think a couple of things that we have to really tend to right now and starting in August is it's hard, you think about it, it's hard enough to be a student right now, to be a child. I mean, it's hard in general. To be a parent is tough work. There's not a book that exactly describes how you should do it in each situation. You throw in our COVID experience, and it's even more challenging. I mean, you think about the anxiety that people have, the fear of the unknowns, the transitions, the forced isolation at times. So we need to, in my opinion, tend to mental health. Moving forward, we need to continue to do a comprehensive assessment of our staff, of our students, and honestly of our families. We need to say what's our mental health and what is our well-being. We need to go back to all of our resources and see what we're doing and what we're using and is it working? Where are our gaps? We need to take a look at our trauma-informed instruction, our sources of strength and enhance these, our signs of suicide and work within our mental health and that sort of thing. So I think in that role, we need to go back and do an assessment, kind of an audit or evaluation, check on people and check on what we're doing in our resources. And we need to start to align that and enhance that. As we come back, when you look at the CASTLE model, we all work within the CASTLE model, the collaborative academic, social emotional learning piece that if we're going to get to high rigor of excellence in academics, you have to tend to those other things. How are we mentally, psychologically, emotionally, socially, and physically feeling safe? And you build upon that. So I think that's a key piece that we need to be aware of and tend to within it. I think that also drives to climate and culture in our work. That when we're all stressed and frustrated, and you see that in society, and you see that in work, we're overwhelmed, how we come back to what matters most. And I think if we focus on those things, you're going to drive other results. That involves equity work for specialty groups, because everyone's stressed and how we tend to that side. So I think we need to enhance our regional work, building in those who are in schools to really have more leadership roles, that we can combine partnership with some of our central office to look at what's our staffing needs and what resource and training do we have and need to improve and increase. That'd be trauma-informed training of all staff. That would be also our signs of suicide, a source of strength training for all staff. When you take a look at then a group and a regional team of leaders that's taking on then the student needs. What programs and resources do we have in our schools? What's our SEL framework? We've been writing a handbook on our SEL work in our schools. What's working? What are we doing in each of them? What are those consistencies of best practice? Identify the gaps and start to address those gaps to fill in. I think then you also build on those regional teams of what are our strengths within our academic side? What are we building towards academics? Because when people are struggling and anxious and you fall behind, it only complicates it more. So how do we build those individual supports? Where we've talked a little bit about our extended learning plan. Those tutorial opportunities, those one-on-ones, those advancement of essentials, I think is key. When you start to have that, you don't feel overwhelmed. It helps bring back that center of control. So I think in all of that, it's critical of not only what we need to identify in the strategic plan, but I think actions of what we put first and foremost. And I think as a district, I found ourselves at times to be very flat in structure. And if there's not questions on that, I would like to probably talk to that at some point in this, so even at the end. But being flat in structure, sometimes we work in silos. Equity is not a standalone. Work towards specialty groups or special education is not a standalone. Work towards mental health is not a standalone. These need to be brought in together. And it's a piece that we're so close, but we need to connect those dots in our work. And that starts with priorities and doing that assessment of where we are, knowing what we're doing and what we have and how we increase that intentionally. So I think that's a key piece that I believe in going with strategic plan and that focus.
So how specifically do you go about inspiring and motivating others to reach some of those really ambitious goals that we've set forth in the strategic plan? And specifically, everyone needs to feel valued and part of the plan, have a voice. So how will you go about including everyone from students, parents, staff in our community?
Yeah, that's a great question. When you say inspire and motivate, it's not about what you say or certain things, because I can be a pretty passionate person or deliver a speech. I think what I believe in motivation, when you ask the question of what do we most want to solve, and you start to make progress on what's most important, progress in that purpose of what we're doing, and you're accomplishing things, drives motivation. So I think really going back to, in this work this year, even though we've been managing COVID and at times feels like drinking from a fire hose, we've started to really align what are our standards and priorities. Student achievement, mental health, starting to align those priorities. And when you have those goals and priorities set up, you start to say, how can we solve this and move that forward? I think everyone wants to do that. We want students to see success and grow and achieve, be at grade level and above. We want all students to feel belonging and inclusive in our schools. We want to feel valued in our jobs and our work. So I think in each of those, we've started to set up what are our priorities. And then one of the things I'm very proud of is that monitoring report. We're starting to track that and progress monitor and report out. That's the work of the superintendent with the board, is to say, these are our goals, here's how we're accomplishing those. Here's where we are, here's our next steps. And I think on that side, that value getting back and making it system-wide and even our community of, if these are what we're really measuring, is this what's really important to us? And if we get that buy-in of each person and it connects to students and learning and how I'm better in the classroom or better within my work to do this, I think that's where you really inspire and motivate. The best goals that create that passion and heart, and then we use our mind to figure out solutions towards it, that's how you start to inspire, and it's a collective piece. I need to be visible. I need to be listening and working together. I need to explain better and communicate. When I say I, it's a team. We've worked hard since October to really talk about doing the little things. What's it mean for each of us as leaders? And leaders are not just a superintendent. There's leaders in every single position we have. Every employee, every person, every student, every family is a leader. How are we going to start to build that out and all model that? What are those actions that make a difference? Sometimes a smile, knowing a name, asking how you are, and then coming back to and checking back in is critical. So I think those are ways that you inspire. You have to connect with people. You have to be out and listen. When I say that empathetic, we have to be willing to listen to the hardest criticisms because that's needed. And then when we do make decisions, be able to show that better. And I think that being concise, being clear, creating understanding, creating input, and also sharing the why helps build value. And when you have value, you have more inspiration, more motivation.
Krista, do you want to jump in?
Hi, Corey. Sorry I can't be there in person today. So I was wondering, as you look across Douglas County School District, programs or opportunities for students have you seen that excite you? And what's one program or opportunity for students that you would add, replicate, or change?
Okay, so which programs excite me and what's one that I'd want to add, replicate, or change? Being a part of Douglas County for 25 years, there are a lot of great things that are happening. In fact, I think there's times where we don't share our story very well of all the great things that are happening. When we do tours and bring students and parents into our schools, I think people are blown away about the connections and then what's being offered in that availability. So when I look at programs that I value, when you look at elementary, Leader in Me is pretty cool. And you see that Leader in Me, that student ownership. I think that's a key piece of education, is that ownership. So how we build more student ownership, that goes back to motivation and inspiration, that when students believe in what they're doing and they have buy-in and ownership towards it, boy, they're gonna feel a lot better about their work and even the challenging work. So that's an example of a program that I think is amazing. There's several of those out there similar, and also that I'd love to see replicated. At the middle school level, middle school has always been a focus for the whole child. But you also look at those different opportunities, and at Cimarron yesterday, looking at their multimedia studio and their video broadcasting ability. They have a green room. They set up because a student went off and said, in these competitions, we're beating high schools. So we had Cimarron middle school students at competitions competing against high schools, and they're beating them. It's not about age. It's about giving the opportunity. But they said, the one competition we weren't able to enter is podcast. So students built with their teachers a podcast studio. So I think those things are awesome when you see that student interest and student drive, and then we help to create those things. Walking around Rock Canyon with the student talking about student broadcast. We're talking about what do you want to do as your career? How do you build that? What are you doing to access that? So I think some of those things are awesome. So when we start talking about that, not only in middle school, That's career and technical education. Too often we think about career and technical education only being high school, really it's K-12. And when we think about career and technical education, that's preparation for postgraduate success. What are we going to do after high school? We aren't just measuring our success during our preschool through 12th grade years. A lot of what we should be looking at is how successful are kids after they leave. And that preparation and readiness transfers over into industry, jobs, college, university, trade skills, military. And I think when you look at those things, our CTE programming, we've been real purposeful in building those. And you look at what's being built at Castview right now with that FPOT. And thank goodness for our bond money. But that's building out programming for student interest, industry driven, and it's still college prep. It's still readiness levels, but it's creating those certifications and those opportunities. And I think continuing to build that out is probably something I want to expand on. Through our collaboration campus. What a great idea. But it's not just an idea, we made it happen. We have 2 students this year, in 1 year, okay, this year that are gaining their associate's degree. That's amazing, right? We have a ton of students that are getting concurrent enrollment opportunities through their CTE and also concurrent enrollment, advanced placement, IB. So we're saving families money. We're giving kids the readiness level that if you're taking a college level course in high school, you're gonna be more successful when you go off to university because you understand the pace, the depth, and the requirements at that level. So I think on that end of what I want to also continue to see expand is those types of opportunities, PK-12. That student ownership, that relevance, and that connection to our planning for the future. And then to measure that success. Our National Clearinghouse really shows the students going off and tracking at a college or university level, and are they staying, are they getting accepted, are they staying, and when are they graduating? And I think we're really trying to continue to tap into our alumni to continue to measure our success, because I was asked yesterday what am I most proud of? What I'm most proud of in my 25 years are the number of students that we see graduate. How many of them come back and live in our county that are successful, that are raising their families? How many of them come back and working in Douglas County schools? You want to see our students successful in life. So I think those are programs that build that. Obviously, when I talk about focus on reading, writing, numeracy, you think about academics, but those transition into all content areas, all specials, all electives, and you look at that programming for student success with problem solving, with teamwork, collaborating. I think those are all key that factor into these programs. So that's a key piece that I think we need to continue. We're already doing it, so when I say what we need to improve on, I continue to build upon that. There's not an ending destination. It's a continuation of building and being purposeful.
Who's up? Elizabeth, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. I have kind of a tough question, and I really am not intending to make you feel awkward, but I want to talk about board superintendent relationships, because as we've interviewed superintendents from across the entire United States, it's become very apparent that the relationship between the board and the superintendent really is a contributing factor to the ultimate success of the individual in that position and accordingly the actual district. So even if it's not what we've been doing in the last 6 months, I want you to tell us really honestly what makes you the most productive in your working environment. What is the ideal board superintendent relationship for your work style to set you up for the greatest opportunities for success?
Yeah, okay, so it lends itself probably to a little bit of what you asked about growth. The superintendent job is a big job. You look at the average tenure of a superintendent nationally, it's roughly 2.5 years. So I think first and foremost in the relationship comes with this process of hiring. Hiring well, knowing who you're getting, what you're getting, because there's not going to be a perfect person. We each have our own strengths and we each have our deficiencies, and we have to be the best in this role. Because there's not, all the expectations out there is not a perfect person. But I think you have to look for who's going to be that driving force to improve, to connect with you, and to help a board and superintendent and district work better together. So that ability to adjust and adapt. I think first and foremost, we need to continue to build what are our goals? What's our clarity of our priorities? Do we know what those are? And when we know we're working on a common purpose, we stay focused to those, because you can get pulled in many directions, right? When you look at what's going on and changing and opinions and emotion, you get pulled in many directions, so you need to stay the course. And when you have that umbrella of our priorities, you can figure out where all those changing things fit within that and build those things in naturally rather than be reactive. So I think the clear piece I'd want to see as our working relationship for me is the clarity of goals and making sure we're on the same page. Style-wise, you know, I've always known a little bit about policy governance, but this year, really bringing in Matt Cook in trainings, not only with the board in our retreat, but then how we use that within our cabinet to work on a monitoring report. I do believe policy governance is the right way to go. I think it allows you and us to be focused on priorities and goals, those end statements, and have progress monitoring. You know, when we talk about the evaluation of myself, the thing I've learned and grown and what I feel would be good is really it's if we have our goals and priorities, we're reporting out our progress towards that. That's the work I and our school district needs to produce for you in the community. Do we have the right measurables and show how are we hitting those? And at times if we're falling short, what's our next steps to do that? So I think in that end, I think really going back to a stronger, more concise and purposeful policy governance, at least to know where our goals are. So it goes back to our clarity and then what we want to report out on, because then that builds trust within us. The communication's key. So that's probably the last one. When you have the right work going, it builds trust because you're doing it together and you're following through. So when you have progress and monitoring reports, it's not just what we say, it's reporting out on what we're doing. And that action, I think, is what builds credibility. It's what I talked about earlier with myself and integrity. There's gonna be times where we have to go back and say, we need more on this. Oh, this doesn't look or feel good here. How do we do that better? We do another report out on that, a special report out on something. But I do believe how you build that trust is stronger communication. You know, I think I've tried and we've tried, and there's different styles of trying to have a memo, have two-on-one meetings or conversations to make sure that we know what's going on, what are our biggest priorities, what's coming forward. I think that increased communication also allows you not to be so reactive because it keeps us focused on what's most important. And you know, you hear me going back to keeping things simple. I think that piece of building a quality relationship happens when you keep that focus on the biggest priorities, our students, our student achievement, and how we're going about accomplishing those. And in each of our statements, the work of departments of how we hire and retain drives student achievement. The work and role of finance office and how we keep budgets of schools and budget of our district in order drives student achievement. How we work on each of these things within operations, transportation, grounds, and to keep our schools at our best and they maintain and update drives that achievement. And then if we're monitoring out and we're hitting those measurables, it's going to help us for our long-term planning. I really hope that the board is about creating the vision for our future. You're setting your policies, and all my work and learning now of policy governance, the biggest job we can work together is how do we find our roles separately to drive our district to be at its best? And your goals and your end statements, your governance is about driving us for the future. Where are we going? Then how are we going to ensure we get there? And I think that's a key piece that I'm looking for is building off of where we are right now. And it's not about the past. It's about where are we now and how do we get better? And we have to be humble and reflective to say we have to let a little bit of it go. And now how do we move that forward to be at our best? So, you know, I think, you know, when you look at each style, we all have to adapt a little bit. But I think when you look at a model that can provide training supports for each of us, you don't just want to make up your own. We don't have the time nor the resources. You all are volunteers. You don't get paid to do this. So to make up our own, it would be difficult. So I think going back to a quality model that's used and that we can define it of our own priorities, I think is key. So that's why I'd probably go back to the continued work of policy governance and just continue to have different retreats and training to help all of us be better. Because it's not just board learning this, it's myself and then us working together in our roles and making sure that we can execute as an entire staff. Because that's our cabinet leadership, director leadership, school leadership, and departments all the way out. And that's what creates a school district. It's district-wide. And as it becomes district-wide, it replicates in the community. Not everyone's going to stand. If you're not in education, you don't understand all the education stuff. How do we help it make sense and build that out? And that's about all of us having better practice and understanding of that.
A follow-up to
Please.
So unfortunately or fortunately, you've had the luxury to been in this a little while, so I'm gonna ask the question. So in the last, since you've been the interim, has there been a time, an example where you thought, wow, I wish we should have followed this process and we didn't? Or was there a time where, I'd love to know like an outcome, like a time where it happened where you thought we got maybe off the rails or it was a benefit? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm gonna combine two. One, when it comes back to say a superintendent's evaluation of my goals, connecting those dots with progress monitoring, that's a hard piece. When I put my personal goals or professional goals, it goes to my actions that'll make things happen versus part of my goal is the entire work and accomplishments of our school district. So I see it twofold. So how do we put that back in process? I'd love to continue to dive into the future of what's the purpose of goals versus monitoring reports. And I think I'm so proud that we've accomplished creating a template and a model for building monitoring reports, because really, those are the goals that you're measuring a superintendent on, myself on, and reporting out our success. It's mine and our job, everyone around me in our schools, in our departments, in our cabinet leadership, to accomplish those goals and report out on it. But I also think, I love the fact that you're asking me why to help ensure that happens. And part of my role is, are there actionable things that follow through? It's not just a whole monitoring report. How I carry myself, where I'm at, what I say, what I do is a key piece. But I think looking back, better understanding that. We talked about SMART goals in that meeting. We've used SMART goals in education for quite some time. Pretty easy accomplishment to do. It's not easy to always accomplish, but it's the process of. But I think really just going back to defining what action is really wanted and that clarity. And I do believe now we're further ahead. I think as a district we're further ahead, and I think we are further ahead of knowing purpose of monitoring, purpose of actions, that'll only become better moving forward. And I think people struggle with, you say it takes time, but we need to have a plan of action. The transition in any of these roles, including even myself, there will be a bit of a transition. But the good part is I've been doing this now and learning and growing that I think there'll be less of a transition. But you have to plan for those transitions. And as you hire, each person's gonna have a different need of transitioning. And how you plan that out and work together to be concise, I think is a good example. That's probably one that I'd use just personally in this process. What's early on, and then where are we now? Again, I think it'll be moving forward, we are closer together. And when you have 7 board members and a superintendent, 8 people to come to consensus or a common path, that's hard. We each have our own passions and purpose and wants and vision, mental models for things. So I think coming back to those key priorities and what are the best practices around that, I'm proud that we are further ahead in that, even in this year. And I think it's going to set up our district to be even better moving forward. That was needed. The progress report, monitoring report, sets the stage of all of our roles and next steps. So it's a good thing.
Jump in.
So I'm not going to read all these
Okay.
statistics. I'm going to ask the second part of the questions. But since you're on the job, you probably know that we have a disparity of graduations between priority student and white student, and also our hiring does not mimic our student populations. So could you name top 3 things that you will do to achieve equity for special educations and disadvantaged students, to combat racism, and to diversify school staff and administrator so they mimic our student populations and our staff populations, and to modify site-based budgeting to create a more equitable funding system across the district. Especially if you have one thing that you want to say to the special ed community, you were here during the 2007 Supreme Court lawsuit. So how could you assure them that you taking over will improve or make some of the special ed programs better?
Yeah. You know, I've been around in this district for a long time. And you see different models, and you also have the ability, growing up here and educating here and being a part of things, that you have a lot of other networking in other districts. So you need to reach out and learn from others. I think when it comes to it is, as I evaluate where we are right now, currently, and where we've been for a while, to start with, is we have a very flat structure. So at cabinet level, we have a very flat structure. And when you used to call out, how do you do this for equity or for special education, I think at times we worked in silos. Because of that flat structure, as I said earlier, equity is not a standalone. Special education is not a standalone, it's about all. So one of the things that I'd want to do first is start to look at our cabinet level structure. Now, in these times, while our budget forecasting looks a lot better going into next year than what we're planning for, I also believe we don't need to add money to that structure. I think we'd be actually better and have a depth of ownership and leadership without adding money to the cabinet level. So one of my visions of actions that we're already working on and starting, going into the spring, as we start to hire the new superintendents, so the superintendent can be a part of that process and be involved in hiring, we will have 2 deputy superintendents. Okay, that serves twofold. Deputy superintendent, one of them will oversee equity and the responsibility of equity throughout our system. How we help each person not only work towards equity, but also have follow through and accountability of reporting out on that. So that's true with each of our structures, that we've always done it, but what's our system of work and our priority of work, and then our accountability to go back and measure the impact. So I think in that role, when you start to see a decreased and flattened structure, you have ownership. I think when we talk about equity, and you talk about special education, all is all. And how we start breaking that down, we look at literacy and resource for literacy. We also are going to be moving forward with how we separate. Our personalized learning department is very large. And we look at mental health and supports that also could fall under equity and other things, school leadership, along with special education. I think really specializing to say, if we want to work and improve special education, our growth in special education, we need to spend the time and focus on that. So we'll be moving forward with having a cabinet level position for SPED. And it's just a change. So it's not creating a new one, but it's how we create that change with purpose and identify a focus towards special education. And that's require more engagement, looking at data, building our school resources, our student resources, and our family resources, along with community. So I think in that end, we start looking at that's going to be critical within our work. The other part of not having a flat structure that I do believe we need and is evident this year is that succession planning. When you look at the depth of leadership, each of these hires are going to have a ripple effect at times. We're going to be hiring the best people, but if there are school or district leaders that move into another role, you have to rehire for that role. And who's going to keep filling in for that gap? We have to identify those who not only want, but are the best for those roles, who will be able to serve in multiple capacities at cabinet level and become a superintendent. We need to have more than one person ready to be able to step into the superintendent role in the future. And I think that's part of this structure work that works in all this. So I think in that, when you're looking at a flat structure, changing to how we develop others and develop a system of readiness and ownership and accountability, you start to get into each of these details. So that'd be one action that makes an impact on our work towards equity and special education. I think other actions we start to identify that is, as I said earlier, we really do need to continue to do that comprehensive assessment of our mental health work. Our mental health work is about all students. How we start to use that CASEL model, and that looks at all students with their academic, but also the social emotional learning. Providing the resource to our teachers. For our students to be at their best and grow, we need to help our teachers be at their best and grow, and have those resources and supports there. So I think when you talk about site-based budgeting, we've changed site-based budgeting in a school model to look at risk factors. But now we have to go back to say, if literacies are key, and we also have the READ Act, number one thing that impacts the success of students in their learning is reading, literacy. We need to put the time, the training, the PD, and the resources with our teachers. And that's PK-12. So we've identified the cost of roughly $3.5 to $5 million for evidence-based, approved resources towards literacy that we're going to be working with all of our teachers to get trained next year because of law requirements. Then also, not only to have the money earmarked, but also start that selection process and working through a process that gets teachers and schools involved. But not just teachers and schools, all the specialty groups, gifted and talented, English learning acquisition, and leaders and teachers and families involved with that, special education, and everyone else involved with selecting what's best for our school district. And really, as we start to work that process, there's always a question for me of site-based versus district. The more we can get teachers involved in looking at things, there's not going to be one perfect resource that each school or feeder or region might choose, but start to say what are better and discussing that, not only within the school or feeder, but district-wide, to where then maybe you can even start to narrow the choice like we've done in the past with other programs. And that's not me or the top-down saying this is what you have to choose, but you're going through a quality process to implement next year, select, and do this well. And I think implementing things well is critical. So creating those resources, selecting those, and building out district-wide is not only a hope, but when you look at our budget forecasting that we're a part of, that we talked about earlier, we will make that happen. We have the ability to make that happen. So we can look at compensation structures. We can take a look at our resources towards literacy, which is our top goal. And then we start to say, what are our next processes? That's how you start to take a stepped approach to really address equity, to address special education. I think the last part is our engagement with our community, engagement with our staff of what are we doing well within special education and what else do we need to improve on? You know, those questions of with our students with autism. Are we supporting them well in our schools? Do we need more district or school resources? Our effective needs or center-based programs. How do we de-escalate? Do we need more training and resources within these? What do we need within these scenarios and schools and situations, and for each student to help each person be successful? So special education is not a separate piece. It's about how we work with all. And if you provide literacy structure, support, training, that's at tier one, right? So when we talk education talk, tier one, the resources, the training, the focus. When you start to two-tier, when you start to see people struggle, we need to be able to act sooner. When you have the resource and the training, you can start to implement quicker and you get to that tier two piece. And then lastly, when you start to see we need more needs, how do we address the tier three? And that's again, as we come back to within our district, what's needed more in these areas? What's our data tell us of our achievement and our struggles? And that's attendance data, that's discipline data, that's moving forward of readiness data, and how we show growth. If students are falling behind or they come to us behind, how are we really showing adequate growth and writing those things? So I think it's a tiered approach, but it's a very strategic or intentional laid out plan. And we put the resource and times towards solving those problems. But I'd say as I look at these things, you heard my three answers towards it. I really believe, even as we start talking about our next steps, we've got to get everyone around the table rather than having separate conversations. And we need to decrease working in silos, decrease separation of work, and really look at it's about all. It's access and opportunity, it's resources for all, it's setting those priorities that are gonna have the biggest impact. It's creating the time and training for our staff, for our teachers, for our leaders. And it's going back to those key priorities. And that's, again, aligned with strategic plan, aligned with your board goals, aligned with progress monitoring that we should be able to report out on where are we now and where are we going. Are we hitting these marks of growth? Are we setting those goals? Because we can set those goals on achievement towards reading for all students. The growth goals for all students. And that's a key piece as you start to address this and have an action plan that's actually tangible, visible, and accountable. That follow through.
So Corey, you mentioned reading several times in literacy.
Yeah.
And there's some of us who are elementary snobs. We'll say, unless you have personally experienced the joy of teaching reading and the joy of the miracle that happens when a child is taught well, that you really don't understand. We know you're secondary. You know that primarily is where your experience is. How will you reassure elementary snobs like myself that you really understand pre-K through 12 in terms of that miracle of literacy?
Yeah. So it goes back to a statement I said earlier. There's no superintendent that's going to have everything that's perfect. You have to be humble. You have to surround yourself by the best, and you have to involve others. And you have to know that you don't know it all. There are people who know a lot more than me about literacy and reading. Now, through my years, my experience, I've loved the fact of going to a regional base and a feeder system, getting in and walking with elementary principals, looking at strategies, being in a kindergarten class and understanding when they're at a table with their teacher, they're going over sight words. The teacher's keeping account of what sight words and how many and where they're struggling. Are they getting it now? You know, that's not only just iReady data or CMAS. That's that individual data. We're looking at those reading strategies. And I think how we provide each teacher with the evidence-based best practices, and we have strategies that are implemented, K-12, is critical. But I'd also say, at times we don't know how to teach literacy at the secondary level. So how we go back and increase those strategies to do well, not only within the contents, but looking at short reads, annotating. What are we purposely annotating for? What's our preparation work? Technical reading and writing. So I think that's a combination of you surround yourself with great people. And when we talked about that cabinet restructure and how not to be quite so flat, to improve, we're doing a lot of things well. We have in the past done things well, but there's areas that we can change and improve on. I think that's a key piece. You surround yourself and hire the right people. You listen and get out there and see what's working. Our data. For the last couple of years, we've used data better than we ever have. There's always a lot of data out there, but proud of the work that we've done. Eagle Ridge Elementary, they have a data wall that's visible. They know where their students are with CMAS, to then iReady, then they're breaking down with teachers and it's understandable. They know where each student is. They're moving cards on this wall that is visible to help see this is working, this is not working. You see that replicated, wherever we might have their own style, but they're making it visible, it's understandable, it's usable. And the key thing that I said earlier, we need to ask more often. The work that we're doing, so we all do a lot of work, we jump to solutions. Is it having a direct impact on the results that we're having? How do we know? I think that's a key piece of data that we need to go back to of reading. You involve the people who are doing the work. You get the masters of the content area of reading and writing and numeracy working together. You share ideas, you make it tangible, you look and reflect on the data, and you draw that correlation that we know these strategies or interventions are responsible for these, and you start to replicate it. We're working so fast and we're large. How you share out and start to build those replication, and that was asked a little bit earlier, how you replicate it, is key. And I think that's the next step. So I hope that answers your question towards reading and my experience.
I'm gonna ask you to put on your future hat on and picture yourself 3 years from now. You've been in this role, superintendent for 3 years at DCSD. As you look back at that time, 3 years from now, at the accomplishments of the district, what three things do you want to be most proud of 3 years from now? And you think will have made the biggest impact? And also, what would be two things that you think you wouldn't have accomplished in those 3 years that you'd still want to achieve in the following years?
Okay. I think I'm going to repeat myself a little bit because you kind of heard some of my big rocks. Knowing who we are, knowing the work, the things we're doing well, and assessing our gaps. I think if I have to narrow it to three, I think really they're gonna blend together, okay? But I'm gonna separate them out a little bit to have it make sense. I think the three biggest things that I hope to accomplish moving forward is as you leave Douglas County better when you reflect upon it in the past. So in 3 years, I still hope to be going forward. Okay, so let me put it that way. That I want to retire from Douglas County. I want to be here for the long haul. 25 years is not enough. 3 more is not enough. So how do we build the long haul? So it's going to be about how we continue to move forward. I think as you reflect on those things, what's the biggest impact? One, as a goal as a board, we've talked about compensation for our staff. And we look at our changes of equity and the equity law in Colorado. What I'd like to see is a structure where we can control and start to have a compensation system that addresses our equity gaps, our gaps that we've had from the past, and really creates a stable and more predictable pay structure for all of our employees. Now, when you look at those compensation plans, that falls a little bit towards licensed and certified, but I think in each of those, there's different pay structures for classified. And if we don't have classified tomorrow, our school district won't be open. So when I say that as a compensation plan, you look at as a talk towards, of our 8,600 employees, 4,300 roughly are teachers or licensed. So that's about half. But the other half, how do we also look at that compensation plan to build value? And in times where financially we We don't have as much coming in Douglas County schools, but we can control that. And this year, with where we are with our budget forecast, I do believe this year going into next year, we can plan to make that happen. So in 3 years, I'd like to reflect that we did accomplish that. I would hope to say in less than 3 years, we've already accomplished it, but then we're reflecting to making it better. Because your first version, you're gonna continue to grow, but I think we'd spend the time to make that happen. So in 3 years, I think that's a huge priority. I'd say it's been a priority of the board in our district for a couple, and now we have the opportunity to see that through. So that's a reality, not only a hope of a big goal. Second one, I think goes back to a lot of the talk in this question is, I'd like to see our focus that we've started to address to say we want to work on PLC with teachers, to honor teachers and their work, to focus on our priorities. That's literacy and numeracy. How do we focus on that reading to the writing and then numeracy? It's not to say every other content area isn't important, but these blend over and help success in every content area. And also electives. We are a comprehensive district. We offer so much for our students. That's great. But these are foundational, pivotal. And reading is the number one priority. So I'd like to say, looking back, that we see that work of a focus on literacy as driving force of success. And that goes back to equity work, special education, tying it all together, success for all. So we start to measure using our data, where are we now? And are we seeing the growth that we want to have? Are we hitting the measurements of our standards of excellence? And kind of going back, I probably left that out, that, you know, and who I am always driving towards excellence, striving for excellence. I'm an overachiever within that. But I think that's that key piece of going back to, have we moved the needle in the areas that are most important? And that's helping success of all students. And that's reflecting on data and that progress monitoring. So I think that's a big piece of not only providing the training, the PD, the resources, but also really the structures to look at student achievement and progress monitoring, grade level, and increasing grade level and above grade level for all students moving forward. And so in 3 years, I'd really like to reflect on you know, the academic side within that. The last one, I really have two, so I might kind of do 3 or 4. But well, actually, no, I'm going to combine this one and the last one. So with academics, goes back to the mental health side, coming out of where we are, and just as a community, let alone schools, that same academic support goes back to what I said in the beginning. We've got to really look at our just well-being, our mental, psychological, social, emotional, and physical well-being and safety. But that, as I said before, really connects with the academic side. It's that castle model, and that's education talk, but it's really understanding that you have to provide a safe environment, and that's any of those levels, that's self-awareness, self-identity, personal growth and self-determination, that ownership piece to build towards academics. You have to take care of yourself within that, and that's true of staff and kids. But I think in that same thing, that data, we're measuring that also. So I'm going to combine that with the academic, because it marries itself. It shouldn't be separated. The last one, I truly believe in 3 years that we've created that building capacity within our school district and our leadership. I really believe we have great people, and we want to create those pathways also for our teachers, our assistant principals, our principals, our directors, our executive directors, and our cabinet. So I think identifying and hiring the best, building up the strong leaders within our district that can represent and do this work well and be an extension of the superintendent, having a succession planning that people are ready, and you create a capacity of coaching and mentoring to build more than one within our district ready to be superintendent. Whether or not they earn their job, we'll have to see, but you as a board need to have people ready. And that's going to create a stronger system when you have stronger capacity building out. So I think that's a piece looking back that I'd like to see. And I think that's also a little bit of a combination I'm going to add into, that's the work of the board and superintendent together. And if you have strong progress reports, our goals, it gives you the time and the trust that people want to move into those positions to take that on. That we need to hire people that want to become superintendents, that are going to learn the skills and have the ability to learn and grow to be ready to be a superintendent. So I think in those roles, building that district leadership capacity and building principals wanting that and coaching and building that up in those roles, really identifying that structure. So I think those would be the 3 key pieces. Kind of blends into others, but you know that a little bit about me, that I think ripple effect, one thing goes into another. But I want you to know that as much as I might have a lot of yellow, that vision piece towards that, I overplanned and seen those details of how you see that through. I think I've hopefully shown that in this year's work of follow through. Even when you start talking about vision, how you start to step that out to make that happen. When I say integrity, that's that follow through. I think that's what I've modeled in all my 25 years. I think I can model that, continue to model that in this role. And as we build that forward with a purposeful plan, our best work's ahead of us. Our best days and years are ahead of us. And I'm excited for Douglas County.
Well, without prompting, you wrapped us up wonderfully there. So Corey, thank you. And again, I know I speak on behalf of all of us, how grateful we are for the last several months of work you've done. So as you know, we got a couple more hoops we're gonna make you jump through. We got the student panel tonight and the public forum. And but again, thank you for all you're doing. Thank you for spending some quality time with us today too. So.
Well, it's been an honor to serve. I said it earlier, you learn most about yourself through the service of others, and it's been an honor to serve others, and that goes back to the empathy leadership of really taking a look and putting yourself in other people's shoes. Even when it's the most difficult time to do that, I think that's been an honor to serve, and look forward to continue this process and moving forward. So thank you for your time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Corey.
Yep.
Thank you.
remote boards back on? What's that?
It got locked out.
Oh. You okay?
No.
No? You need to go?
I'm just not.
How are you?
I'm well, and you?
Good, good. Good to see you.
Good to see each
Hello
of you.
Hi.
I am going to take a moment for us to, because other than Zoom, I don't know that we properly introduced ourselves to you. So if you guys want to just wrap around real quick, Kevin, catching you with the drink there, but let's reintroduce ourselves.
Kevin Leung, board member.
Anthony Graziano, nice to meet you.
Sweet.
I'm Elizabeth Hansen.
Hi, Susan Lee.
We have two of our remotes, so guys, if you want to jump in.
Good morning. I'm Christina Chancho Shore.
Whoops, and, oops.
Sorry, I'm muted. I'm Krista. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to have, and we did talk beforehand about mask removal,
Yes,
so when we're
yes.
speaking, we will remove our masks, but otherwise we'll keep them on, but we want you to feel comfortable doing whatever makes sense
Yes.
for you as well, so.
I'm
Thank
fully
you.
vaccinated, so.
Yep, hey, that feels good, doesn't it?
Yes.
So Dr. Young, I would just start out by saying first of all, thank you for coming all the way from North Carolina to visit us and hang out with us for the last 24, 48 hours. What we would like to know is, now that you're on our turf, what kind of things have you discovered about us? And then also just reflect a little bit about you. How do you see yourself being a leader in this district of ours that we so much love? So I want to just have you just unpackage your thinking a little bit and give us some reflections and observations.
No, it's no problem. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to even reflect and tell you just some of the things that I've observed and interacted. First, I just want to say, I love the students. Those were the first people I fell in love with, starting at the elementary, middle, and high school students. Not only do they have personality, and I understand your children, but, you know, in addition to having personality, they are, when I say, I'll just tell you what happened when I went to each of the schools that was really, that impressed me. So I started off at the elementary school, and I had 2 6th graders to take me on a tour. One of the things I loved is as they were taking me around the building, they were very mindful of the additional support services that were needed for students and the way that they presented it. So for instance, they would say, you know, this is the limited English or ESL, you know, room. That's for those students that, you know, are new to the United States and, you know, need additional support to make sure that, you know, they have a greater transition for the English language. We went by the special education classroom and they said, this is just a place where students that need additional support, this is where they go. And, you know, and so for me, it was one of those pieces of saying, as a student, one, they're informed about their building, but then 2, they weren't disparaging about students who perhaps didn't look like them or were not perhaps traditionally placed like them. And so for me, that spoke volumes to the culture and the climate where people feel like they can come in, and that was the other thing that the students said. They felt welcome. They felt like if they had any problems, their teachers would be there to support them. In the elementary school, one of the other things that I noticed is the gentleman Drake, so, and I'm not gonna say I remember every child's name, but at the elementary, it was Caroline and Drake. And one of the things he showed me was it was like the code of conduct, the bison, not the bison, but you know, the code of conduct that the students use. And one of the things he shared was, you know, he said, you know, this is our, you know, roadmap to how students should respond and behave. And he said, and the one thing that I really love is the very last one, never ever give up. And he was like, that's the one that has really, you know, supported and impressed me. So for me, it was one of those things where I was able to see that the information that was on the wall, starting even with central office and the goal of wanting to have a safe culture and environment. I saw that evidence, and as a superintendent, that's something you want to do when you go into a building. You want to see the strategic plan being evidenced in the building, and then looking to see to what degree it's evidenced. One of the other things that I would say that, I noticed even as because at the elementary school, I got there so early, I didn't have an opportunity to see, students working in instruction. But when I went over to the middle school, I had about 6 students, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. And one of the things that I would say that I really loved about the students was same thing. And I would say it was the same thing that was echoed at the middle and the high school. Students were able to articulate what the school was about. They were able to articulate their needs. They were able to talk about their principal. They were able to rave about their principal. They were able to talk about their teachers. They were saying that their teachers were very supportive. When I began asking questions in the middle and the high school of, in relation to bullying and people feeling, ostracized, they were like, no, we welcome everyone. For me, it was one of those pieces where if students are welcoming to other people, that's not something that's just innate. That's something many times that they observe from the culture that's been created for them to feel that way and believe that way. Even to the point where I was at the high school and I asked Tyler and Tyler, the students, in reference to the LGBTQ community, and they were quickly said, no, we don't have bullying and harassment here. We have organizations that are here to support, but even within that, students feel safe, they feel welcome to be themselves and to be unique. And for me, that was just the basis of being able to say, students feel welcome, students know that the environment is an environment that's conducive for them to learn. So that was one piece that I would say that I saw. The other piece that I saw in relation was, particularly in the middle and the high school, were the array of opportunities for students to be successful. The students really talked about not just their teachers supporting them, but they talked about the curriculum as it relates to the course offerings. They talked about the opportunity to be able to have options to take certain courses, even at the high school. Some of the things that they talked to me about were just the innovative ways that you could get credit, so that perhaps maybe you didn't want to take some credits, but if you took another course, that would give you the opportunity to be able to suffice for that credit. So for me, it was one of those things where students were, particularly I will say at the high school, they were well informed about their options. And that was something that for me was empowering, because one of the things that I will say is I'm always looking to see how well students are aware of their educational experience. Is it something that's happening to them, or is it something that they are a part of? And that's something that I saw and that I felt from the gentleman at the high school, Rock Canyon. At the middle school, when I began asking questions about, what do you believe in student empowerment? And I remember one of the young ladies, she looked at me and, student empowerment? And I said, yes. Have you had an opportunity to be an advocate for your education? And she said, I never really thought about me having an option of, is that an option? And so then I began talking to the middle school students about my vision and my goal of wanting to make sure that every student has an opportunity to have a wealth of knowledge and have information similar to their parents and their teachers of the school, understanding what the needs of the school are, understanding the program of the school, but then also understanding that you don't have to allow education to happen to you. You can be a stakeholder because you're a student. And so when I said that, then they began thinking, and then they began having, it was a great discourse, because then they began telling me all the things they'd love to do that they didn't realize they could do. And it was just that small conversation of I call it the light bulb going off of, wow, I could be empowered. Oh, I didn't even realize that was an option. One of the other things that I will say that I noticed that was exceptional about particularly the middle and the high school was they not only gave me a tour of the building, but they also asked me questions. So at a couple moments, and it was not something that I anticipated, although, I provided them with a response, but it was great to be able to know that they wanted to know. Like, I'll give you an example. So at the middle school, I was asked, so what is your vision for Douglas County? And for me, it was one of those, did someone tell you to ask that question in your middle school? But then I shared with, then my vision. And I'll share with you, one of the things I shared was, I said, currently, the district is at about 66% proficient rate. The high schools are approaching. I said, my vision for the county is to be a district of distinction. And I said, in order to get there, we have to be at 74%. And I said, so to go from 66 to 74, I said, we have some additional things that we need to do. And they were like, wow, that's a great, thing to think about. And then one of the other things they talked about was just what the extracurricular activities that they do outside of school, normal and of course, both talked about school lunch. But for me, it was the sense of the takeaway of knowing that when I thought about the strategic plan, one, academic excellence is something that I saw evidence in all three of the schools. In addition, I saw a climate that was safe and positive, not only just for the students, but also for the staff. When I spoke to various employees, not only here in central office, but also in the school, many of them talked about, the great things that are going on in Douglas County. And then many of them, because of, the safe space that I provided, also talked about some of the challenges. And I'll just say some of the challenges that they talked about, which very fortunate that they have a job, but because of the job cuts from the 35 million from last year, many of them have been impacted. So you have, and this is not to say that people were complaining, but it was one of those pieces of, it's a lot being able to now carry additional duties. And as a result of those additional duties, because of the desire to want to make sure that they are accessible to schools and they're responsive to schools, sometimes the turnaround is not as they would like it to be. So for me, I saw it as not complaining about the workload, but saying, I really want to be there for the schools, we're a support for the schools, but because of the additional roles, my response time is not as quick as I'd like it to be. Even when I spoke to some of the various staff members, they were excited about wanting to work here. Even they talked about just this notion of just saying, they believe that everyone that works in Douglas County loves Douglas County, believes in Douglas County, loves the students of Douglas County. And so for me, it was great to be able to interact. The other thing that I saw in addition was the community stakeholders from the interview and having conversation with them. One thing that I would say with the community stakeholders is that one of the questions that I asked them was, can you talk to me about your level of engagement in the district? What has happened and what are some things you think needs to happen? And which was interesting, the councilman, city councilman and the county commissioner both spoke and said that they want to have more involvement in the school district. They want to be engaged more. And for me, and then the parents for special education, they want to be engaged more. They don't want to find out information at a board meeting. They want transparency, they want communication. And so for me, it was trying to just figure out, and I even asked, and I said, for me, is it a matter of the district? Because I told them, I said, the district is doing a great job in the programs. I said, but yet, what is the disconnect? I call it that dissonant consonance. And they began talking about the messaging, the timing of the messaging, how the messaging was delivered, them understanding the messaging, not having voice sometimes in some of the decisions that were made, even to the point of in a strategic plan of having, the number of parents that we have, having 300 voices that were a part of the strategic plan was what was stated. They felt like they should have been more voice in that. And so for me, it was being able to say academic excellence, I evidence, safe school culture and climate, positive between students and the staff, even the parents, I witnessed it. Being able to talk about the other piece. So financial well-being was one that, I wasn't able to necessarily see evidence in the school, but I would say the other four, I was able to see. And for me, it was exciting to be able to think about the direction of the district, think about the trajectory of the district, think about what was going on currently, and then thinking about things that perhaps need to be considered. And I say considered because the goal is not to come in and, provided the opportunity to throw everything away, but what are some additional things that perhaps need to be tweaked? What are some things that perhaps need to be re-examined? What are some things that perhaps, people may not even be aware of? And so for me, it was a great opportunity, not only to talk to the stakeholders of the various groups of the classified and certified, then talking to the leadership team and also talking to the community, it provided me with a wealth of understanding of their perception of the district, their needs that they're looking for in the district as employees. Because one of the things I even asked the leaders was in relation to, the question that I asked them was in relation to, trying to remember, because I asked each group different questions. For the last group, I asked them, what have been your greatest contributions to Douglas County? And for many of them, it was almost like, wow, no one's ever asked me what have been my greatest contribution. But it was great that they were able, several of them were able to talk about the time that they've been in Douglas County, the years they've been in Douglas County, the projects that they've been over specifically. In that group, I remember one of the guidance counselors talking about the increase of guidance counselors in the schools, 85 of them, and you know the impact that it's had on the school district. And you know, although the workload is heavy, the goal is that we're still committed to the work. And so for me, it was great to know that despite what's going on, people are committed to the work, and it was evidenced by the students demonstrating and saying that everyone around them was supported in the culture. And I could go on, but just for me, it was just exciting to be able to see learning going on, opportunities occurring in the building. And for me, it was just being able to say there's just so much more that could be done, but I'm just so excited about what was going on that I saw.
Very good, thank you.
As a follow-up.
Sure, please.
So you can see that we have a wonderful, engaging community, awesome staff, that love the school district. And how about you? So the board invests in hiring you as a superintendent. How can you tell them that I, from North Carolina, who have no roots in Colorado, will be perfect for you? And what sort of commitment that you have shown so far that we want a stable environment, right? So what sort of a comfort level you can give to them and say that you will be here, this is your destinations district, and we make a right choice of being an outsider here.
Yes. So one thing I will say is I'll step back to at least provide some historical. So I was in the Maryland, DC area for 20 years. And so for me, we still own a home there. My husband is actually still there. Our goal originally at the time, just in transparency, was to make North Carolina our residence. In making North Carolina our residence, what happened was my husband wasn't able to secure a job. For me, it's about being able to have family. And so just so you know, a couple years ago, someone had approached me about, coming to the Colorado to work. And I said, well, I don't know. I'm just going to stay where I am. Then, a couple years later, someone else approached me about, Colorado. And I said, I'm not sure. So during the time of my transition, it just so happened that at the very time that I said, you know what, where I am in my career, I aspire to continue to be a superintendent. However, family is first. Taking care of two different households is not what I anticipated. I was at a point where I was fulfilling the term of my contract, so I'm fulfilling the term of my contract, staying there, doing what needs to be done. But in the midst of that, it was also having that conversation with my board chair, and basically talking about the sustainability of wanting to make sure that I make family a priority. And so because of that, it was a hard decision. The one thing that I will also point out is back in October, the board did decide that they were going to renew my contract. We hadn't solidified any contract terms. And so I felt like I was at a place where, I knew they wanted me to return, so I knew I had a job. But at the same time, it was one of those pieces where, just so you know, my goal is to be a superintendent. In talking to my husband, I basically just said to him, because family is first, I really just want to let's just come back to the Maryland area. I'll regroup. I'll find a job. I wanted to be a superintendent job, but, for me, it was about making sure that I made family a priority, especially in the midst of COVID. COVID really made me even more reflective about what was most important. And while I'm career driven, for me, it's one of those things where, you know, if I say family's priority, in what ways was I making family priority? Rather than me just going on my own and him staying there. So for me, it was about saying, no, I'm gonna return back. And so at that very time when I made that decision to return back to Maryland, within a week, Tim DeMeyers inboxed me and said, would you be interested in a position in Colorado? So several things happened. One, it was one of those things where it's like, this is the third time in the past 5 years someone has asked you about Colorado. Is this divine intervention? One, I'm just gonna put it there because it's like, what's going on? And then the other piece was when I spoke to my husband about the opportunity, the first thing he said was NORAD, IT, Denver Tech Center, like, I can find a job there, we'll be fine. And so for me, it was one of those pieces when I spoke to Tim DeMeyer, the recruiter, he said, what would be something that would be a deal breaker if offered the position? And I just told him, just in transparency, and I'll share with you, I said, my husband has to have a job, he has to move it with me. Like, we cannot, if I'm going to say that family is first and family is a priority, then for me, it's being able to say that I may have to, the goal is, of course, to make the decision, which is what's best for my family. But what it also hopefully shows you is my integrity and my commitment to family, to be able to say that, you know, as I've looked at where I've been and where I'm looking to move to, my desire is to continue to be a superintendent, but above all, my desire is to be a wife and a mother. And if it means that, you know, I have to do something else until I'm able to be a superintendent again, I'm willing to do that. But if I'm able to be a superintendent and be here and have my family here and my husband here and him have a job, that's the ideal perfect world for me. And so within that, for me, it's about being able to say, my family's here, longevity is here. I'm not, you know, and that's the other thing, even with my husband, he made a comment, he said, you know, just so you know, once we move to Colorado, you know, you get this job, he said the next destination is retirement and we move to South Carolina. And I said, that's great. He's even begun looking at selling the house. So for me, the fact that my husband is at a posture of saying, we need to get the house painted, we need to get the house recarpeted, for me speaks volumes, because he wasn't saying that when I was in North Carolina. He wasn't able to get a job. So his thing was, I'm not gonna leave and just come follow you, if I can say it like that. And so for me, it's being able to say, he's committed to me and to the opportunity, and being able to say, we're going to sell the house, which means we're cutting roots from Maryland and making a full commitment and investment in coming to Colorado. And so we've looked at rental properties, we've looked at homes to purchase. And so for us, it's something that we've looked at, and it's because it's something that we're seriously considering if the opportunity is provided. So we're here.
Very
Yes.
good. Anthony, I'll let you jump in. And Mary, just so you know, we're about halfway through our time, and we've got probably about 6 more of us that want to talk, so
okay,
just
well, I will-
education
I will
responses.
come back,
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Anthony.
Thanks. So what I'd love to hear from you, and also what we'd all love to hear as a community is, you could just provide us 7 words or phrases that describe who Mary Young is. I'd love to.
7 words or phrases. I would say integrity, innovative, forward-thinking, committed, strategic, relationship-oriented, and I would also add compassionate. You said 7? Is that all right?
That's 7, and you're good with that?
Yes.
And I think the other part of Anthony's question is, are there a couple of those that you really want to land on, that you really want to just emphasize?
Yes. So one that I would say that I emphasize is I have a moral compass, integrity. So when you talk about why I do what I do, I believe it's a passion, but I also believe that it's a calling and it's a commitment. And what that commitment does, it allows me to be able to persevere even when challenges do arise, being able to overcome. The other thing that I would also say is I'm very strategic. And in being strategic, I'm very easily able to come into an organization, see the organization big picture, and look at the systems, the structures, and the resources, and really able to see the interactions between them and to see how effective or efficient they are or there's a need to do. And so for me, being able to come in, I am not only a pioneer leader, being a strategic leader, but I'm also a guardian leader. And being a guardian leader also speaks to being able to say, not only do I see big picture, but I'm also a person that asks a lot of questions so I can understand the whys and the root cause analysis. And the other thing that I will say is, I know the district has invested in, I believe it's Emergetics, I believe was the, which is I'm not familiar with, but I will say for me, Myers-Briggs, so the 5 voices of leader, I am a pioneer leader and a guardian leader, both tied. As it relates to my compass points, I'm Wes. And as it relates to my Myers-Briggs, I am an ESTJ. And so it's what I believe, it's not what I feel. I'm very analytical, very thoughtful, very reflective, data-driven, but I'm also the type of leader that I believe in divergent thinking. So it's not about coming in and making everyone youngites. This is Douglas County School District. I celebrate and appreciate everyone and the differences that they have, the perspective that they bring. And for me, one of the things that I'm easily able to do so that people understand, I'm able to disarm my staff. So when I first walk in, building trust speaks to being able to say to them, you have a safe space here, and so whatever you want to say, please say it and understand it's not going to hurt my feelings because I want us to have the truth. And so for me, what I love is in the previous positions that I've been in and the current positions that I've been in, I've had opportunities where I may have said something and my chief operating officer, human resource officer, chief academic officer, they've said, well, no, I hear you, but I think we should do something differently. And for some leaders, they may say, my ego is offended. But for me, I love to push back. Because for me, you're not just letting it be because I'm the leader. You're saying there's a different perspective, and I want to offer that to you so that we can think to see what those options are. And so for me, that's the type of leader that I am. So when I think about Douglas County, for me, it's being able to look to see what the needs of Douglas County are, digging into the numbers, digging into the whys of where we got there, and then also looking at the programs that are in place, the efficiency and the effectiveness of the programs, and then looking to see what needs to be tweaked or perhaps consider, to perhaps be changed to be able to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students.
Go ahead, Dr. Chacha Shore. Christina, want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm going to defer because of timing. Come back to me if we have time.
Okay. Sorry. So one of our questions, obviously, as a board, is relationships with us and the superintendent.
Yes.
So talk to us a little bit about that, the good, the bad, the ugly. We want to hear, when does the relationship get in the way of us being an effective organization, in terms of what are things we need to avoid? And then what would be things that you see as being paramount to helping us work together?
Yes. So just the board, superintendent relations. For me, the board is the governance. The board is the group that when we talk about the policies, you establish the policies. I am in charge of administration. I ensure that administrative procedures are in place to ensure that policies are upheld in the district. When it comes down to the board and we work together to set the vision and the mission for and strategic plan for the district. For me, when I think about a board member, I think about a board member and I shouldn't say good board member, but when I think about an efficient board member, I think about someone who's open to learning, someone who does not have agendas, someone who is passionate about ensuring that they put themselves behind the needs of the students, that students are the priority. When I think about myself, I see myself as the chief role model. I also see myself as the chief recommender. I make recommendations to the board. I understand that there are times when I may make a recommendation, the board may or may not support it. And for me, it's about saying that there's an understanding that the board has that right. And so because of that, it's not a matter of me saying, now I have an issue. It's a matter of knowing that That's the role that the board plays. For me, when I think about just norms and protocols, that's something that I'd love to be able to put in place if afforded the opportunity. Norms and protocols as to how we want to interact with each other. Do you prefer text? Do you prefer phone calls? Do you prefer emails? When I think about norms, I think about when challenges do arise. Do you contact me personally? Do you go through the chair, of the board? What are the process of how the board interacts? One of the things that I would say is that is on my radar, that is probably out of everything right now that's most concerning in relation to the board, is the potential of having 4 new board members. And for me, so I will just say, I'm in currently, the board members that hired me are not the board members that are still there. And for me, it was a huge transition because those board members that came on, some came on with the desire to want to have a posture of learning. Some came on with their own agenda. And although we've provided training to the board members, it's just been a transition. And I guess that would be the same for any board, that there would be a transition with new board members. But for me, it's one of those transitions that everyone has to face that I don't necessarily look forward to. And I'm just in transparency. Because once you've developed relationships with people, and then in another year, it's like, now I have to get to know 4 new people all over again and reestablish our relationships all over again, get to know them all over again, perhaps look at the norms of what we need to do all over again. It's something that I'm able to do, but it's not something that, I like to do or look forward to. And then the other piece that I would say is, with the potential of 4 new board members, is wanting to make sure that those 4 new board members are in support of me as a board member. Will they come in and say, we don't want you, and then the other 3 don't, I can count 4 to 3. That's, and so those are just some of the things that, for me, that is a pause to consider, be reflective about, be mindful of. It's not a deterrent if the position was offered, but it's something that I'm mindful of. And so for me, one of the things that I had as a question in my phone, even if provided the opportunity to the board members, was what are the structures and systems that the board has in place so when new board members come on, there is not turmoil on the board, there is not internal conflict on the board, that there's an opportunity for you all to get along. And I'll just say, I've witnessed, when I first came on as a board member, one of the things that I witnessed was old board members versus new board members. And that's a really hard place to be in. And one of the things I was very transparent with my board and basically said to them was, please don't put me in the middle. What I don't want to do is be in a position where I make a recommendation and the person that makes the motion you don't like, and because you don't like them, you now don't vote, and now you impede the progress of the district. Like, please, let's keep it to the focus of the students. And so I would just say, for me, I'm open. I love people. I love building relationships. For me, it's about, and I'll just also add, because I know of timing, every Monday and Friday from 12 to 1, I slide time on my on my calendar to have board lunch. And that's something that, I've provided space so board members would know that if you want to go out to lunch and you want to have time to just have conversation, 12 to 1, Mondays and Fridays were the days. And if there are other days, of course, I'm open to it. But they knew that anytime Monday and Friday from 12 to 1 was a time that, was open and free for board members to be able to have lunch.
Susan, go ahead.
So what challenges do you see with oversight in a district the size of Douglas County School District? And how would you ensure the strategic plan is being followed in a uniform and successful way for our students and our employees? And can you provide any specific examples of how you would measure accountability?
Okay. So I'm probably going to come back and ask them to repeat it again.
That's
Okay.
totally fine.
So the part 1, when you asked in relation to a district this size, I worked in Prince George's County, 135,000 students, 20,000 employees, 250 languages spoken. So for me, as relates to the size, I'm comfortable with working with large school districts. Having served on exec cabinet, I'm aware of the organizational structures and the need for an organizational structure to be able to ensure that we're able to hold everyone accountable. And so when I think about that, I've been on not only exec cabinet, but I've also been a part of the exec strategic plan. And being able to be a part of that, in addition to the monthly meetings and the updates, and being able to ensure that we're able to have an understanding of everything that's going on in the district. In relation to a district this size, like I said, I'm comfortable. The piece that I would say in relation to accountability is being able to first make sure that the vision is there, the mission is there. Holding people accountable so that people understand what the expectations are, and being able to say that I can't be everywhere at all times. And so the people that are in charge of the various areas, holding them responsible, not micromanaging them, but giving them the space to be able to do what's necessary, what's needed. Being able to have the conversation of, I'm a rolling agenda person. And so for me, it's about being able to say, when we have conversations, being able to keep track of your conversations, document your conversations, and then, not say that it's a hierarchy, but in this explanation, being able to say, when principal supervisors are having conversations with principals, what are those conversations looking like? Is it reflective of what the board has set in place and what administrative procedures are occurring? And so based upon that, what is being evidenced in the school? Then saying for the principals, what is it that you're doing to be able to message the, whatever the goals in the strategic plan, and being able to hold the teachers accountable, messaging it to parents. But for me, it's a streamlined process. And I go back to, as long as there are systems, structures, and resources in place, which is a framework. That is a framework that many people use in a theory of action. And if those three things are in place, that helps to be able to create an environment that is equitable, and then it's fair, and it's a way to hold people accountable. But when you don't have systems in place, people do what they want to do. When you don't have structures in place, people do what they want to do, and when they don't have the resources, they're not able and they're impeded to do what they need to do. And resources doesn't necessarily have to be money. Resources could be the curriculum. Resources could be the staff. Resources could be having options and opportunities. And so for me, being able to have that, and if you could read it again, I just want to make sure.
I think you pretty much hit it.
Okay.
So how would you ensure the plan's being followed in a uniform and successful way for all students and employees? I think you hit on that with your
And I just want to add, just the other piece of is being able to have healthy discourse conversations, having frequent meetings. So looking at the strategic plan, looking at the outcomes of the strategic plan, and having it where you have the district strategic plan and the goals and the outcome, and then you have the next layer or tier, and then you have the schools. And so what are the schools doing that pushes and funnels up to the goals of meeting the needs based upon their span of control? And so for me, it's being able to have, I'll go back to that system and that structure in place to make sure that everyone is able to understand what's going on and meet the needs of the district.
Krista, do you want to jump in?
Well, thank you. And Dr.
sorry.
Young, you
Oh, I was going to Krista, Christina, but if you want to jump in, that's fine too.
Yeah, go ahead, Christina. Really, I think your question is relevant.
it backs up right into what you were talking about. That I'm so sorry, Krista. I apologize. Dr. Young, how would you then prioritize the needs and the wants in Douglas County School District, and how will you strategize to address them? It just takes it just another layer into where you were just now speaking.
So in order to prioritize the needs and the wants, it starts with the strategic plan. So one of the things that I would say, just in recommendation, that I would say to the board is being able to have signs, posters of the strategic plan in this room would be great. Because what happens is when you have meetings and you have conversations, then, and this is just an example of just starting here and then just how it's articulated. Anything that happens here, all of those conversations should be directed towards those 5 goals. If it's not directed towards those 5 goals right now, it's not a priority. And so it's a concern, and we're open to hearing it, but it's not a priority. So that's one example of being able to show how, from the top, of being able to prioritize. Because there are many things people may want to put on an agenda, but is it in alignment with moving us where we want to be on the goals that have been set aside. And so that's one piece. The other piece that I would also say is having frequent meetings, and I said that earlier in relation to the looking at the team, looking to see where we are. I know as a part of the outcome for academic excellence, one of the things we talk about that was is looking to define the promise of Douglas County Schools. Making sure that that promise is in alignment with the vision and the mission, and also the 5 goals, the strategic goals. Looking in relation to the curriculum. The goal is to have an instructional framework that's comprehensive, that's inclusive, that's equity focused, but then even within that, making sure that it's aligned to the goals. And so for me, it's about infusing the goals in the conversations to make sure that when conversations are had, the goal is to have a laser-like focus on making sure that everyone's on the same page. So when I think about just a prioritizing, it all speaks to what those 5 goals are. And if it's not those goals, it's not something that, once again, can't be discussed, but it's a lower priority. And so that's how I look at prioritizing. And that helps people to have a laser-like focus. What that also does is, and I would just say, if I were provided the opportunity to be superintendent here, one of the things that I would say is, so when I go and have conversations with the news and the media, and the radio station, I have those 5 goals. That's the goal. When I have conversations with the community, there is no question. Those are the 5 goals. When I have conversations with parents, those are the 5 goals. And anything that we talk about needs to fall under that umbrella. And I think what that also does is it allows people to know, because sometimes what tends to happen is there are a lot of things that go on in the district and people really don't know. And you could there are thousands of things that you could talk about. But if everyone is on the same page about the 5 goals and making that a priority, it helps to send that message where people know what the meaning is, even with students. Do students know what the 5 goals are to be able to help them? Anything related to them? What are those things that we need to focus on? So keeping the priority by making the focus for the district right now of those 5 goals, the outcome of the objectives, making sure that the timeline is there, making sure that the deliverables are there, so that we're able to see evidence and people just don't come and say we met this mile marker, but it's based upon the evidence of what we've been able to see. And so those are just some of the things and ways that I'd be able to just prioritize, but keep the main thing the main thing. There are thousands of things you could talk about, but when you start to talk about 10 different things, it sort of kind of dilutes the purpose. And what tends to happen is you'll have people that will say, what is the focus here? I don't know what's going on. You're saying this, you're saying that, you're saying that. What is the message? But when you keep it simple and say the message is, this is the mission, this is the vision, this is the promise, these are the 5 strategic goals, that's something that everyone can easily remember and see and keep as the focus of the priority.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Go ahead, Krista.
Hi, sorry, I was having trouble with my mute button earlier. So as you have studied and experienced Douglas County School District, what programs or opportunities for students have you seen that excites you? And what's an opportunity or a program for students that you would think about perhaps replicating or adding or changing here in our district? And I want to acknowledge that you did start out with talking about some of the things you had observed, but I still wanted to give you a chance to answer this question.
Thank you. So just quickly, some of the things that I've observed that I love are being able to have opportunities for the arts. That's one piece. I used to play the piano. And so for me, being able to say students have an opportunity, and that was something that all students spoke about, being able to have an opportunity to express themselves by way of the orchestra, the band, the choir, and the arts. The students in the middle school were so excited. They took me to the green room, and they even, and I'm smiling, we went into the little coffee shop and reenacted a scene together in the green room, because they were like, this is where the magic happens, and the podcast and the announcements. And so for me, being able to say technology technologically driven in relation to being able to have opportunities for students to use STEM is powerful. That's an opportunity. And then also, of course, with the arts, being able to have that. And then when I spoke to the high school students, being able to expand and having languages that were there, that they were able to have multiple opportunities. And so for me, when I think about those are great opportunities, one of the things that I would say though is that, and this is something that I saw noted, was the need to expand the CTE program. So one, it's in all of the high schools. Two, I know that I believe there are 86 CTE programs. There's a need to expand. I believe I saw that robotics and CNA were a couple areas to expand when we talk about the CTE. And then also the other piece is the community. So when you have county councilmen and city councilmen saying to me in the interview when I asked them their level of engagement, for me, that's a crucial point. They're wanting to be engaged. We are saying we want you to be a part of us with CTE when it comes down to internships, apprenticeships, on-the-job training. And so if that's our need and they're saying that they want to be a part, for me it's a win-win because that provides the space and the opportunity for our students to be in the various businesses, but it also allows the business and the government to be able to say that they're a part of the community. And I would say, for me, that's a low-hanging fruit that can easily be done in the district to ensure that we're able to infuse what's going on and meet the needs of our students, but also meet the needs of the community that is crying out for more involvement. Uh-oh. No.
So it's easier, so you can do that.
That's fine. And I have
So my questions is related to the equity. And so the first paragraph just gives you some statistics. So you can see that there are certainly, the Hispanic students' graduation rate is a little bit lower, and then the disability student and also economic disadvantaged student, and also our staff also whatever they have some room can be improved, but we do have 91 above graduation rate. So knowing about those figures that you see, so can you name top 3 things you will do to achieve equity for special educations and disadvantaged students, to combat racism, to diversify school staff and administrators so they can match our staff and student demographic, and to modify the site-based budgeting to create a more equitable funding system across the district. So we don't have much time. If there's one thing that you want to focus is, you probably heard about 2017 Supreme Court lawsuits of special educations. What will you say to our special ed community that you heard them and you will do something about it?
So just part one, just quickly with the 3 things. One, I noticed that the board has approved the equity policy. I also noticed that there are professional developments that have preceded the policy, and there is a goal with the committee to be able to enhance. So coming in, some of the things that I would do is, one, is having a place where we can create certain terminologies of equity. And what does equity mean for Douglas County? What does combating racism mean in Douglas County? What does diversity mean in Douglas County? What does inclusivity mean? What is achievement gap? What is educational excellence? What is opportunity gap? Because depending on the community, it can mean different things to different people. But coming together to make sure there's a common knowledge and understanding. The other thing that I would do when we talk about special education and disadvantage is really making sure that when it comes down to the curriculum, it's representative of equity and inclusive and comprehensive. One of the things that I have done is I have, in my research of wanting to further, the potential of the equity plan, if afforded the opportunity, I came across a checklist. There's a checklist that actually provides where you can look to see, are you meeting the needs of all of your varying students as relates to the lesson plan, as relates to your instructional framework. So there are checklists that are there. There are also rubrics that are there that allow us to be able to see where are we on that span, and what are the things that we need to do. As it relates to funding, for me, it would be able to, and I know because of site-based budget, there were some conversations in the budget in relation to, will principals even have that option? I know that there's a structure, I believe it's SAC, that works with principals to ensure. So for me, but also working with SAC to make sure that they understand the goals of the equity plan, making sure that when they meet with principals, that there's a conversation, a focus on wanting to make sure that they're customizing whatever their programs or needs are for the school, making sure that in that, they're also considering the other populations of special education and disadvantaged students. And I would add any marginalized students, because there are students outside of special education and disadvantaged that are marginalized. When it comes down to our special education parents, I'll just give you a real quick example of me being able to make relations really quickly. Yesterday, I had an awesome opportunity to be assisted by, her name is Tambria, Tambria, because she told me how to, I'm phonetically based. You all call her Tammy. You call her Tammy because you can't remember Tambria. Not you all, but people, okay, is what she said. For me, it was great because just in that short conversation, we were able to connect. She was able to tell me her name. I called her what she wanted to really be called, which was her name, Tambria. I spelled it, so for me, she understood that I cared enough to learn her name. I cared enough to learn how to spell her name. And then in the midst, she overheard me having a conversation with the stakeholders, which included the special education parents, when she was outside of the door. She came in and she basically said, I heard your response that you made to that community, and I want to tell you, my daughter is, a special education. And then she began to tell me her story of being a special education parent. She began to tell me her story of the needs of her child, all the opportunities that her child has had, and the things that they've had to work on with her child and the needs. For me, that spoke volumes because I only met her within 30 minutes. And within 30 minutes, I was able to disarm her and to be able to demonstrate an opportunity to show her that I respected her, not only just as a person, but I respected her daughter. My goal was to make sure that at the end that I meet the needs, and I spoke about my definition of equity, which spoke to meeting the needs of all students. And the example that I gave was that if my goal is for students, all students to get from one side of the room to the other, some students will walk, some students will take a walker, some students will take a wheelchair, some students may take a cane, some students may take dog assistance, but the goal of getting from one side of the room doesn't change. I'm not going to water down the expectation for any students, but it's about providing the scaffolding and the opportunities of meeting them where they are and providing them what they need and the support to ensure that they're able to go from one side of the room to the other. And that's just an example of that spoke volumes because of just that instant connection where she was just able to share. And I mean, she shared it all. And she's like, this, as an employee, she was like, I have a different vantage point. But even as an employee, there were just things, because she heard many of the parents talking about the disconnect with the communication. And she began sharing what she has received by way of education, not only as a parent, but also as an employee, and how perhaps things that, the district may need to consider in relation to how we need to, provide a different layer or type of communication to our families. And so I'm going to stop.
Well, Dr. Young, we're going to turn it back to you, though, and just let you wrap this conversation up however you choose.
Yes. And if it's all right, how much time do I have?
Like 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'm not going to ask my question.
That's all right, sorry.
It's all right. So one of the things that I will say is, and just so you know who I am and the type of person that I am. I'll start off with, and I think I may have told Tim DeMeyers when he interviewed me, I'm originally from Hilton Head, South Carolina. So when it comes down to, I know I saw the statistics for Douglas County, and some people may say, you're Black female, majority, white district. That's what I grew up with in Hilton Head. I was a minority, 10% Black students. Socioeconomic status from poverty up to, $8 million homes. I grew up middle class, but even within the midst of that, I was able to be exposed to the varying needs and demands of people. I don't have an issue when it comes down to working with other races. I feel comfortable with everyone. And that's evidenced through, how I was raised, went back and became a classroom teacher in the very school where my principal was and my teachers were. So for me, you know, I don't look at it as it being based on race for me applying. The other thing that I would also say is my level of commitment and my integrity. I work until the job gets done. One of the things that I did express to the management team of the leaders when I spoke to them yesterday was I'm the type of person where I get in the trenches and roll my sleeves up and I get in there with you. I'm not the type of person that I'm going to just say, this is the way it is, you all do it, and dictate. I'm not a dictator. For me, it's about being able to say I am a team player. I believe in working with people. I believe in empowering people. But at the end of the day, for me, it's about saying I'm going to hold people accountable, but in the midst of holding you accountable, understand that you may possibly receive constructive feedback, and I want you to see feedback as a gift. I want you to see it as an opportunity for you to grow, and at the end, once again, because we all have blind spots, even as you. If there are things that perhaps you may see that are blind spots to me, just know that I'm open to constructive feedback. So the same way I'm able to give it to others, I'm also able, because for me, no one is perfect and we're all evolving, we're all growing. And so for me, that's something that I say as a self-reflector, that's something that's needed to always have a forward posture of wanting to learn and to be a better person, to be a better leader. In relation to how I work with people, when I talk to people, I always speak from a place of care and concern. John Maxwell talks about speaking to people from a place of a 10. So when I talk to you, I don't speak to you from where you are, I speak to you from where I want you to be. When I think about making sure that people have what they need, it's about having conversations. And I'll just say real quick an example of when I met the middle school principal. He came in and he spoke to me. One of the things at the end, I said to him, so what do you aspire to be? And he sat back like, you're asking me, what do I aspire to be? And for me, it was one of those pieces where that's an example of being able to instantly connect with people because they know I'm not just here just to do a job. I'm here because I'm concerned about them and their well-being first, and then wanting to make sure that at the end, of course, we make sure that we meet the needs of our students. And so I'm highly visible in my district. Actually, every Tuesday, I'm in buildings from 8 o'clock in the morning to 3:30 in the afternoon. That was my schedule. And so for me, I was able to also create opportunities and space with my students where because when I first told people I was highly visible and I would come in, the first 3 days or times that I would go in, they were like, why is she here? She said she was coming, but why is she here? It got to a point where I would walk down the hallways and teachers would say to me, you've not visited my classroom and you visited the other classroom. Why haven't you come in my classroom yet? And I'll say, I'll be there next week. To the point where students were then giving that, we talk about student autonomy and student ownership, building relationships with students, opportunities where students were now saying, I'm emailing me and saying, we have a presentation. Can you come and see our presentation? I'm in class. And for me, that spoke volumes to the relationship that I built of people wanting me to be involved, but then also the students wanting me to see them learning. And it excited me to see them excited about learning. And as a result, my inbox was full. And so, but it was great to be able to know that the students were so excited about their learning because they knew that I was there for them and I wanted to make sure that they were learning and they wanted to be able to show the type of learning that they were receiving. And like I said, it just spoke volumes to the type of person that I am. I've even shadowed students. And so for me, and I'll just end with just even allowing them to see who I am. While on one hand, of course, I'm serious. I understand, the needs of working with, politics and mayor and governor and county citizen, but also I'm human and I'm able to show that I'm able to enjoy life. And so one of the things that I did when I interned, I shadowed one of my students who was in JROTC. Did not know, though, at the end, a part of the day that they were going to have sumo wrestling. And so at first, the part of me was, you're superintendent, you're not dressed for this. But then the other part of me was like, what would this say to students if the superintendent got into this big thing and sumo wrestled the student that I was job shadowing? And I did it, and it was the hoot of the district. And I didn't do it because it was the hoot of the district. I did it because I wanted the students to see I'm human. I'm just like you, in the same way you can get in and do what you do. And this was a part of, your activity. I went out and hung the flag with them, and they showed me how to fold the flag. And so for me, that was the way that I was able to connect by allowing them to be able to see who I am, see that, the same way you do what you do, I do what I do. But even in doing that, it disarmed them. Not only disarmed the employees, where they were able to be transparent, but it disarmed students where they were able to be able to just be themselves and talk about their experiences, and us to be able to just see where we are and just move forward. And I know my 3 minutes are up.
You've done a nice job showing us who you are. And I wonder if that sumo wrestling is on YouTube somewhere that we can.
Someone video recorded it, and I thought about bringing you all a picture, because I said they probably won't believe it if I told them. But they actually video recorded, and they passed it around the high schools, and I was like, they were like, oh my God, I mean, and yes, I lost. But the one thing that I did say to the student, I only lost because I had stockings on. But if I did, and it made me slide in the middle, but I told them if I had socks on or something to grip, you were gonna go down. But it was just, once again, them seeing that I'm human and I'm relatable, but at the same time, I want to make sure that you're getting the best possible education, but I'm concerned about you as a person. So, and that's just who I am, and that's what I offer. And so I'll just say, for me, it's about being able to show you who I am and being able to say, you know, am I a good fit based upon the presentation that I've given you? I don't have, and one of the, my mentor said, show them who you are, let them see who you are, because at the end of the day, what I don't want to ever do is you give me the opportunity to be superintendent, and I have to figure out who I am now because I gave you someone else. So you see who I am, you see what I've done and what I'm capable of doing, but you know, if afforded the opportunity, this will be the person that will be returning to Douglas County.
Thank you, Dr. Young. I know we've got a couple more hoops for you to jump through today with our student panel and also our public forum. So thank you again for spending so much time with us, and this conversation has been wonderful as well.
Thank you.
We bid you a good afternoon, and we'll see you again tonight. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so
Dr. Young.
much.
Thank you for being here.
Directors, so we will bring our work session to a close, and certainly I know on behalf of all of us, we would want to just thank all our finalists that we spoke with today. Looking forward to this evening's activities with them as well. Just as you've heard me say, the vetting continues with our student panel, with our public forum that we will have at 4:30 today. People that view that will also have the opportunity to provide us some additional feedback online in terms of their impressions as well. So after taking into consideration the feedback collected from the panels that interviewed the finalists yesterday, our interviews today, the student panel feedback, input from tonight's broadcast, our extensive background checks that we're doing, as well as our consultation with individuals that know these finalists on a first-hand basis. Then we will announce our recommendation for a sole finalist to be appointed as superintendent at our April 20th regular board meeting. Also, as allowed by CRS 246402 3.5, the board can discuss in executive session appointment or employment matters that are not referencing things like job search goals, writing a job description, deadlines for applications, requirements for applicant selection procedures, and the time frame for employing our superintendent. So those are the things we cannot talk about in executive session, but we are able to talk about employment matters as well as appointments. So based on these parameters, I do believe we have a need for executive session, which is a closed session. During executive session, the board is not allowed to adopt any policy, resolution, or take any formal action. I want to just double check, because I was seeing, Director Holtzman, is our audio on now? Are we doing okay? Okay. So based on that, I would propose that we do meet in an executive session. And given that we have a quorum of the board here at this work session, we can convene in an executive session with a 2/3 affirmative vote. So with that, I would ask for a motion to move into executive session.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Graziano, seconded by Lung. Any further discussion before we convene, or before we conclude our work session and convene in executive session? Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. Chancho Shore?
Aye.
Holtzman?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Hanson?
Aye.
Graziano?
Aye.
Lung?
Aye.
Ray, aye, and that passes unanimously. So we will now move into the conference room for our executive session.